The MSC Seaside is one of the biggest cruise ships in the world. Built at a cost of over £1 billion and weighing in at 160,000 tons, it's home to more than 6,500 people. With 2,000 guest rooms and 800 staff cabins, it's a giant floating hotel.
We can go through 20,000 eggs per day.
A glamorous holiday destination.
Everything is so much fun, and everything is there for you.
This is the event you've all been waiting for.
And an astonishing feat of engineering.
This is one of the most huge generators on the world.
But how does this city at sea really work? With exclusive access to a luxury Caribbean voyage, we explore the ship's hidden secrets.
This is huge. Without the laundry, nothing gonna happen.
We're feeding the fish. It's recycling in a nice way, isn't it?
It's quite amazing how all these mechanisms have to work together.
And the hidden army of people that keep this extraordinary ship running.
Any cruise ship this size is the biggest food operation in the world.
This is the secret life of the cruise. It's 7 a.m. on Saturday, and the gigantic MSC Seaside has just docked in Port Miami, the biggest cruise ship terminal in the world. In just 12 hours' time, this floating city is heading off for a week-long cruise, traveling more than 2,000 miles across the Caribbean. But before then, it needs to be transformed. There are over 2,000 rooms to clean, 5,000 passengers to disembark, and 15,000 pieces of luggage to come off in just a few hours. Then the ship needs to be refueled, restocked, and refilled with passengers all over again. In the cruise business, it's known as turnaround day, and the clock is ticking.
Many people think that we're coming in the day before, we stay overnight, we take a rest, and then the next morning they come on and they see the ship. So many people ask me, when did you arrive? And we say, we arrived this morning.
But how can the crew do so much in so little time?
Of course, our turnaround day is very hectic, but this is a dance, because everything has its timing, and it's like a choreography.
The day is a complicated ballet, where every crew member needs to remember their moves. But this complex dance relies on something a bit more mundane. One very long corridor. Down on deck 4, a secret crew passage runs the entire length of the ship. It's known as the I-95. It's the only way to move people and cargo quickly around the ship, and it's crucial to the entire operation.
How many elevators we're using? Only one? Guys, hold on the elevator.
First thing in the morning, the I-95 is packed, as a hidden army of workers take 15,000 bags off the ship through just 2 doors in less than 2 hours.
Of course, you see that we have our pool attendants helping us with the luggage, because on turnaround days, all hands on deck, we need all the manpower available.
Please align all the people right now, please.
And it's just as busy port side, where a separate team of dock workers have to work in tandem with the ship's crew.
We normally have about 13 forklifts and 57 porters working on a given day. It's extremely hectic.
It isn't just luggage coming ashore. Over the last week, the ship has accumulated some unpleasant cargo. 50,000 gallons of human waste. Today, 5 tanker loads of poo will be removed for disposal. For the turnaround machine to work, the ship has to be loaded at the same time it's being emptied. This morning, it needs to be stocked with enough food and drink to last the entire week.
This is for those cones, you know? This is for decorations. Dove la cattiva? Dove la... Giuseppe, dove sono le aragoste qua?
Ben Mohammed is in charge of the operation.
L'altro muchacho, questo è il punto. Now this one is a lobster inside, you have to go on board. Every week, I'm talking, it's a chaos, but the chaos have a limit.
In 6 hours, Ben and his team will load 160 tons of food onto the ship, worth over $1 million. Throughout the morning, lorries arrive from a complex network of warehouses and suppliers that stretches across the world.
It's very complex. We used to be not more than 1,200 guests. The ships are bigger and bigger and bigger. Today is more sophisticated, and it's a lot of area to control too, you know. Of course, it can work like wild old machines, you know, like a Swiss wash machine, okay?
All of this food needs to be loaded onto the ship through a single door. To prevent a backlog, it's delivered immediately to one of 48 separate food stores. Everything has a place, and every crate has to be loaded at a specific time. One late delivery can threaten to disrupt the entire machine.
You are late again. Very bad. I don't like it.
This is catering on a massive scale. In 1 week, the ship's passengers will consume 70,000 eggs, 15 tons of meat, and 47 tons of fruit and veg. Every item must be checked rigorously before it goes on board.
Nothing can go back on board without the sticker of K9. If the Coast Guard comes and it goes on board without the K9, that's trouble.
As well as safety, Ben and his team have to check every item for quality.
This is halibut. That's come from Alaska. Salmon. For the sushi, look how beautiful. This is a ribeye steak, a 20 ounce. This is our biggest protein product. Blackberry. This is for pastries. Then the strawberry, we don't want them big, we don't want them small.
Every week, the checks throw up some surprises.
You see what's happened to the pineapple? This is a freezer bird. And what's happened is softness and ruin the product. Even if it's one case, we send the whole lot, you have to give me a new product. In the next 2 hours, you have to bring me pineapples. I will call the vendors now, and I will tell him that all the pineapple have to be returned.
Moving luggage and food is only half the battle. The most important job on turnaround day is to move people. All passengers have to be off the ship by 11:30 a.m. This moment is known as the zero count. If any guests are still on board, it means that none of the new passengers can get on.
What's the 10:30 count, if you have it for me, please?
On board 500, 500 on board at 10:30.
Thank you very much, Miss Ruby. Let's get them out quickly.
New passengers are already arriving at Terminal F, where the Seaside is docked. Built specifically to handle this ship, it's the biggest terminal at Miami Port. And it's already getting busy.
We're actually about 120 people left on board, and we already have about 200 people checked in. This is probably the most nerve-wracking point of the day, when you're right between getting people off and getting people on.
At this point, we start searching people, looking for them in the rooms, around the pool, the open bars, just making sure we get down to 0 people as quickly as possible.
Portside Provisions Master Ben has had some good news. In less than 2 hours, his network of suppliers have come through.
As you can see, I showed you this morning the pineapple return. By 11 o'clock, the replacement was here. The vendors here, we have a good relation with them to supply us what we need. Giorgio, listen, and thank you very much. You just arrived now. I see the pineapple coming out. Thanks, Giorgio. Thanks. Have a good day.
The ship is also being stocked with everything else it needs for the following week, from 7,000 rolls of toilet paper to replacement engine parts.
The technical part, the medical part, just name it, you know.
For a 7-day trip, the ship also needs more than 1,000 tons of fuel. Back above deck, the last of the passengers are finally making their way out.
All crew, 0 count. You have 0 count. Start the embarkation, 0 count.
Brilliant!
With the holidaymakers gone, it's the only time in the entire week when there are no passengers on board. Cruise director Gene Young uses this time for a quick motivational speech.
Well, attention all crew, this is your cruise director, Gene Young speaking. Congratulations on finishing another incredible voyage. I put the challenge out to you, my friends, my family members. This cruise, let us say hello to each other. Let us be the best that we can be, because you are the best. You are wonderful, and our guests love you. Let us do it. Let us do it great, and let us do it again. Thank you.
The respite doesn't last for long. 5 minutes later, it's time for boarding.
So stand by for boarding.
And the week starts all over again.
By midday, the front desk is checking in up to 1,000 passengers an hour. The holidaymakers are already exploring the ship.
Oh, wow. Hello. How you doing? Such a first impression, eh?
Wow, just wow.
Wow, yeah. Shiny, bright. Can't wait to go have a look around.
So we're about to go into our room.
Oh, it's open. It's open.
I know. I thought you were hiding. Oh my gosh.
This is nice.
This is nice.
Oh, wow. What a massive mirror.
Downstairs on the I-95, another group of people are getting their first glimpse of the ship. And things look very different down here.
You're in China? Yeah? Where are you coming from? Honduras. Yeah. Philippines. How are you? Welcome on board. Yeah?
On every cruise, there are up to 200 new members of staff, as up to 1/10 of the crew leave for holiday or to work on other ships.
This room is that we receive our crew members. We're going to make all the paperwork for immigration. We're going to sign them on. They get their cabin assignment.
At the onboard uniform store, they have to keep uniforms for every job, in every size. Just one tiny part of a hidden world, but crucial for keeping this ship running. On turnaround day, everything has to be perfectly choreographed. But there's one factor that's out of anyone's control.
Scheiße. Ooh, that was not fun. There's a bad thunder coming.
At the cruise terminal, bad weather can have major consequences. The storm means planes aren't able to land at Miami Airport. And many of these planes are carrying passengers bound for the cruise.
Hey, that American Airlines flight that was scheduled for Boston was diverted to Fort Lauderdale with 39 passengers.
Hold on, come again. 39 passengers? Oh, Lord. All right, I'm coming up.
But how do you keep tabs on more than 5,000 passengers arriving from all over the globe? With the clock ticking, the terminal team are in constant contact with travel agents to check how many passengers are missing.
The British Air flight that's been delayed all day,
okay,
it's still in the air right now.
Oh gosh,
there's
okay.
8 on there. Right?
Okay.
And American Airlines 207, there's 4 guests. It should be that one. Is still circling.
Okay,
all
so
right?
51 people in total.
Correct.
So that means they won't be here before 7.
Well, yeah.
Right on 7.
Right
okay.
around 7.
The storm clouds don't last for long. It's time for the captain to make his final preparations for departure.
It's always exciting to be in command of such huge, modern and beautiful vessel.
But how do you even begin to move a vessel of this size?
Okay, after the session, advise when you are ready.
The key lies downstairs in the engine room. Before departure, the ship's engineers have to ready the ship's 4 giant engines.
So let's start the 3rd generator and let's go in maneuvering mode.
The engines stir into life, transferring 80,000 horsepower to the 6-meter-high propellers at the back of the ship. With the doors about to close, Patricia has some good news. Her passengers have arrived just in time.
They're made it. They're all here. They're checking in. Ah, how exciting.
We have the green light. We have all guests on board.
Good evening again, madam. We'll be ready in 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
With all passengers on board, the ship is ready for the final act of turnaround day.
even if you do exactly the same maneuvers, they are always different each other. Every single day is different. Okay, port side clear, very good.
Hidden beneath the waterline, the ship engages its thrusters. Smaller propellers built into the side of the ship.
All 7 thrusters are in operation. We can advise the bridge now.
Bridge from forward, all thrusters clear.
All thrusters clear.
Copy. Forward, all thrusters clear.
The ship is equipped with 7 of these thrusters in total, allowing the 160,000-ton vessel to pull away from the dock with inch-perfect precision.
40 meters in the air.
40 on the air.
After 5 minutes, the ship is safely in the middle of the channel. The propellers engage, and the Seaside begins to make its way forward into open ocean. 14 hours after arriving in Miami, the MSC Seaside is on its way again. For most of the next week, the ship will be at sea, with 6,500 people on board. But what keeps this sea-bound city afloat 24/7?
This is one of the most huge generators on the world.
It's day 2 of the MSC Seaside's Caribbean cruise, and the ship is powering through the Atlantic Ocean. Over 300 meters long and weighing 160,000 tons, the vessel is part of a new generation of monster cruise ships. If it was on land, it would be one of the 50 biggest hotels in the world. There are over 6,500 people on board.
Ok, adesso Italia sì, eh? Adesso Italia sexy, sexy, sexy.
The ship is huge. We're losing the kids, we're getting lost all the time. We can't find the same bar straight away, you know, we're looking for H's.
When we first got on the ship in Miami, we were just, you know, how big it was. Obviously described as a floating hotel, but it just seemed more than that when you see it.
20 stories high, the ship has 9 restaurants, 11 bars, shopping plazas, a gym, a 1,000-seat theatre, a spa, a nightclub, a bowling alley, a full-size basketball court, and one of the biggest water parks at sea.
This ship is not like a ship, it's like a city, it's got everything. It's unbelievable.
But this floating city needs a vast amount of electricity to function. So how does the ship get all the power it needs? The secret lies here, buried in the depths of the ship, in the engine room. Noisy and boiling hot, it couldn't be more different to the glitz and glamour above deck. But the engine room is the Seaside's beating heart. Here, 4 massive engines work as supersized electric generators.
If you love engine generator, this is the best place. This is our big generator, no? That we call the big brother. We have 14 cylinders. This is one of the most huge generators on the world.
Combined, they produce 80,000 horsepower in total. This raw power is then converted to electricity.
The engine gives the mechanical power. All of the mechanical power is transformed in electrical energy by the alternator system. Just one generator right now, we are giving electricity to all ship.
The engines can produce enough electricity to power 50,000 homes. And they also drive this ship across the ocean. 2 giant propeller shafts run all the way through the engine room to the 26-ton propellers at the back of the ship.
As something so special, when you just thinking through this shaft, all the power of the ship are going, you know? And just on the other side, you have the propeller.
The engine room is also the key to another vital commodity that the ship needs in bucket loads: water. On board, there are 30 swimming pools and jacuzzis, and more than 3,000 showers and taps. And every department on the ship, from the galleys to the engine, requires a constant supply of clean, fresh water.
Very well. Ready to go. 3, 2, 1, ready cross!
In total, the ship needs 250,000 gallons of it every day. So how does it quench this thirst?
This is one of the most huge and big system of freshwater generator production in the world. So what we do, we take the seawater here through this pipe, come 600 tons of water per hour.
Underwater, huge pumps are constantly sucking in water from the sea. Then, in 2 industrial desalination machines, waste steam and heat from the engines boil the seawater to remove the salt. Once treated, the distillated seawater is clean enough to drink. It's pumped throughout the ship.
This water comes out from our shower or from our hand wash. And for swimming, pool, jacuzzi, everywhere you see water, it comes from this system.
The system can produce 3,000 tons of fresh water a day, enough to fill 400 of these swimming pools. But this floating hotel doesn't just rely on secret systems. It also depends on a hidden army of people. Every day, 60 cleaners are constantly at work, cleaning the ship's 20 stories of staircases and 10 kilometers of corridors. Meanwhile, a team of 112 cabin stewards have to strip and make more than 2,000 beds. 1,000 of these linen bags are filled every day. But how does the ship deal with so much laundry? Hidden away on Deck 3, another department is absolutely crucial to the smooth running of the ship.
Oh, this is huge. Without the laundry, the ship is not operational. Everybody thinks the housekeeping and the dining room without the food cannot be operational. No, without the laundry, nothing can happen.
Almost everybody on board relies on regular deliveries of clean laundry. In one day, they have to process 14,000 pool towels, 10,000 sheets, and 60,000 napkins.
Everything comes down here. If you're looking at the hotel in Las Vegas, they have 2,000 rooms as well. The difference is, in the hotel, they have different laundry operations that they bring it to them every day, and they collect the dirty ones. In here, everything is in-house, and so everything needs to be connected within your operation. If one machine broke down, I'm already on a crunch time because the restaurant cannot operate without the tablecloth and the napkins.
To get through this never-ending deluge of linen, the laundry is staffed round the clock by a team of 28 people. Again, the ship's engines play a vital role in powering this department. They produce huge amounts of waste heat and steam, which is harvested before being piped here to the massive machines. This tunnel washer alone is capable of cleaning up to 1,000 sheets every hour. After the washing cycle, a robotic arm moves the material to one of 4 huge dryers.
This is the only thing that can accommodate the needs of the ship. Without this, we can never meet the expectation.
Once the laundry is washed and dried, another machine presses and folds it into perfect squares.
Make sure you get the end to end like this, then you have a quality linen coming out on the other side. See, well pressed. See that? Okay, continue what you're doing, and you need to be faster. The next person just have to collect the finished product and goes into the storage place. Very, very impressive how this machine is designed. It's very beautiful.
With a turnaround time of 1 hour, the newly cleaned, dried and pressed laundry is ready to go.
I'm very proud to manage this huge operation. I am just as proud as a cow. Like, what did I say to that?
Upstairs, the ship's army of cleaners have another important role to play. Every day, they need to dispose of all the rubbish.
With 6,500 passengers and crew living on board, you can imagine that how much garbage being generated on a daily basis.
So how does the seaside deal with this growing mountain of waste? Down in the ship's onboard garbage room, an army of sorters have to painstakingly separate it all, by hand.
When the crew member come on board, I take a class, each person being trained how we need to separate the waste on board, and it is their responsibility.
Only after it's been meticulously sorted can the waste be processed. Every day, this room receives 10 tons of garbage, including 2,000 cans and 3,000 glass bottles.
We do not want to pollute the sea. We don't want to discharge the sea. This is one of the most eco-friendly ships in the world.
80% of the waste generated on the ship can be recycled. The rest is taken back to Miami. Just keeping this ship afloat takes an army of people. But perhaps the biggest task is keeping everyone on board fed.
You're dishing up too many at a time, okay?
And dealing with the consequences. It's day 3 of the MSC Seaside's Caribbean cruise, and the ship is on course for Jamaica.
Over here on pool deck, it's gonna be an amazing party.
On board, 5,000 passengers have settled into cruise life, relaxing, drinking, and perhaps most importantly, eating.
Can you make sure that they don't put it on top of each other? They need to put it nicely like this, People always ask me, how many meals you serve a day? And I say, well, most passengers, they have only one meal. They start in the morning and they finish at night. They eat continuously. It's only one meal for them, right?
But how do you go about feeding the 5,000? The key is sheer manpower. 800 people work in the food and beverage team. That's more than half of the entire crew. Together, they cook, plate, and serve 15 tons of food a day.
Hola, buenas noches.
Every evening, passengers eat at 2 massive restaurants. Capable of serving 1,500 people at a time, they run 3 separate sittings a night.
First sitting, very quiet. Second sitting, very busy, and extremely busy on the third sitting, okay? Let's go and get them, huh? Thank you, guys.
At 5 p.m., the team kicks into action. With 250 well-drilled crew members working in 2 huge galleys, Thomas has to make sure everyone is up to standard.
Don't cook too much fish in advance, okay? Pieces like that don't need to be on there, right? Don't serve that, okay? You make sure you're decorating the food with chopped parsley or something all the time. Any cruise ship this size is the biggest food operation in the world because it's not like a hotel. A hotel might also have 5,000 beds, but half of them don't eat in the hotel. Here, they have no choice. There's nowhere else they can go.
But the galleys are only one part of a vast catering operation. Behind the scenes, there is a hidden labyrinth of stores, fridges, and freezers stretching over 15 floors. 24 hours a day, these supply lines have to constantly replenish the galleys above.
Nobody really understands the scope of what we do on board unless you've been part of this industry before. Imagine 6,500 persons, diverse, multinationalities, multilingual, and a wide array of exquisite tastes. And we have to accommodate to each one of these tastes as much as possible.
Each one of the stores is specially dedicated to a certain product, so there's no cross-contamination.
This is just for ice cream. Just for ice cream. And you also have a little weird flavor, guava hazelnut. I mean, who would have that? Have you ever had that? All right, so we're gonna go over to the cold room. I need a coat to go into this room. It's like being in Alaska. All right, let's do this. Okay, so this is a fish room. Look at these guys. They big, they nice, they juicy. Yeah, this is what we're talking about. The net weight of this bag is 2 pounds. Just to let you know, in a night, yeah, we can consume over 1,500 pounds of shrimp just in one sitting, yeah? It's the same like when we do eggs, you know? We can go through 20,000 eggs per day. Easily, 20,000 eggs. So.
Every item in these freezers needs to be defrosted at the exact right time. Too early and the food will spoil in massive quantities. Too late and there won't be enough to serve. Although the cruise only lasts 7 days, the ship must keep enough for 2 weeks in case of emergencies.
We are sailing in North America and we encounter a lot of hurricanes, a lot of unfavorable weather conditions, and we may or may not miss a port. But if we do have enough stock on board to take us past for a couple of days.
And guests don't just need to eat. With 11 bars on board, the alcohol stores are some of the best stocked on the ship.
One of the first priorities is ensuring that we have the nectar of life, the nectar of fun, which we all know to be alcohol. So we got the cordials, the liqueurs, the beers, the water. You need to rehydrate, and then you repeat.
In one cruise, thirsty passengers will go through 2,000 bottles of spirits, 8,000 bottles of wine, and 10,000 litres of beer.
We're not a party boat. It's a boat that caters for everyone's individual thirst.
Good food and lots of alcohol aren't the only ways to keep the ship's passengers happy. From dance groups, to shopping sales, to weddings.
Give you this ring as a symbol of my love.
The crew lay on hundreds of activities a day to entertain them. And there's one man in particular who's responsible for keeping the party going.
All right, stand right, tape rolling, segment 1.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your cruise director, Gene.
And I'm your cruise staff manager, Kevin.
And welcome back to the Morning Zoo. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've had a nice couple of days here on board MSC Seaside. We've had a wonderful time. So that we can introduce ourselves. But first, good evening.
Gene Young is the ship's cruise director. As the public face of the ship, he has to be happy at all times.
They're looking for a Disneyland experience. Everything is so much fun, and everything is there for you. This city of fun, this city of pleasure. I define the excitement, and I define it because it is there and it can be defined. Look how wonderful this is. Aren't you having such a neat time?
But what's the secret to keeping more than 5,000 passengers happy? The first rule is to be very nice to everyone.
I like your bikini, that's nice. All right.
I studied people, studied their emotions, how to drive their emotions. As a cruise director, I specifically tried to figure out what are people thinking? What brings them anxiety? What brings them joy? How old? It's got to be...
The second rule is to practice.
I hate to say it, but it is rehearsed spontaneity. I rehearse trying to make sure that they can relax so they can enjoy. And so it's something that I rehearse all the time.
The ship's huge restaurants are coming towards the end of their first sitting. And in the galleys, a dedicated team of workers are slicing and dicing a mountain of produce. They're helped by some industrial-sized equipment.
It's basically washing our fruit before we process them. A machine like that you probably would only find in a commercial plant where they make canned fruit and things like that. We've got one here, beautiful. It's just the right length for me to have my jacuzzi, no? We can actually have a spin dryer in there when you have different kind of fruit, almost like a close spin dryer. This is probably the cleanest pineapple on the ship right now that we have.
Together, these machines can power through 300 kilograms of fruit and veg every hour.
In all my time of working on cruise ship, this is the first time that I see this kind of technology on a ship. It's the state-of-the-art stuff.
The chefs also need some super-sized kitchenware.
Some of these boilers, they hold about 250, 300 liters, some of them. And this is what we need here, you know. When we make tomato sauce, I make 300 liters every day. Just tomato sauce, every day. And it's gone at the end of the day.
Even the dishwashing is an industrial operation. After each sitting, every single plate needs to be washed.
This is the clean side of the operation. Comes out here, gets dried, piled up and pushed back into the operation. We actually need everything for the second sitting and the third sitting. The food has a rest after the first sitting. We replenish the line, but these guys, it's continuous.
As soon as all the crockery is washed, the galley has to gear up for the second and third sittings.
You're dishing up too many at the time, okay? Do half, and then take them off, put them into the cooler, and then do the next one.
As the restaurant gets busier, the team work like clockwork.
This is now very well organized. From now on forward until the end of the service, till everybody has their food, it's well organized. Very good team I have here. They never stop.
Over 4 hours, this galley will cook, plate up and serve 14,000 plates of food. But at the end of the last service, the work isn't over.
We have a night shift and a day shift, so it's a 24-hour operation. Almost half of them actually working overnight. So when the culinary team comes back in the morning, everything is nice and clean, floors, ceilings. We do a total washdown every night.
And cruise ship catering has one more secret. Every day, 1.5 tons of food is left over by passengers. That's enough to feed another 500 people. So what happens to all this waste? In each galley, giant grinders crush the leftovers before it drops 3 floors below, where it's stored in tanks. Then, when out at sea, the ship discharges this waste as fish food.
Sometimes on a day when we're allowed to discharge the food waste, you can spot some dolphins out here, and they're following us because of that, you know. So we're feeding the fish. It's recycling in a nice way, isn't it? In the middle of the night.
And all this eating has other consequences. With 6,500 passengers and crew downing at least 3 meals a day, the ship's sewage system works hard. But this city at sea can't have normal sewers. So how does it deal with all the poo? It all happens here, in the bowels of the ship.
All the human waste on the ship coming here in this room. This is advanced wastewater treatment.
Every day, this secret sewer has to treat 30 tons of human waste. On board, it's known as black water.
When I come first day, when I feel this smell, I didn't like, but day after day, this is normal. Nobody like the work here because you smell. Also, it's very hot, but what we can do? Somebody must keep this system in good condition.
The seaside has its own specially developed system for processing the waste. First, under huge pressure, the solid is separated from the liquid in a pressing machine.
The liquid coming here and going to stage 1. Solid coming here and going down in the slurry tank.
The solid waste is removed every week in Miami. The liquid needs further treatment.
This is stage 1. Inside is very dirty.
2,000 gallons a day filters down into these tanks.
So now I show you how is the water in the beginning. You can see the color. It's very, very, very dirty.
The black water is filtered until it's almost as clean as drinking water.
The water passes the filtration, separation, passes from this membrane and coming to here in this tank. You can see this is the final product.
Can you drink?
Yes, if you want.
This water doesn't get drunk. Some of it is siphoned off to cool the massive engines. The rest is safe enough to be discharged into the sea. The cruise is reaching its halfway point, and tomorrow the captain and his team face one of the biggest challenges of the entire trip.
You risk to create a serious damage to the ship. There are no marginal mistakes.
"7 a.m. on the bridge of the MSC Seaside. She's traveled almost 1,000 miles from Miami and in 1 hour is due to dock in Ocho Rios, Jamaica. But the port throws up some particularly difficult challenges for a ship of this size.
So this is the port. I mean, here is just a big coral reef that we enter from this direction. As you may see, a vessel is docked here, reefs are here. If you just delay a bit the moment that you start to change your route, you can easily hit something, or if you don't control well your speed, you can easily ground, which is even worse. So the vessel at the end finish very close. There are no marginal mistakes.
So how do you navigate something this complex? While out at sea, the ship travels on autopilot. But as they approach land, the captain assumes full control.
Okay, we can keep proceeding with this course and speed, no problem.
Okay.
Now, if anyone on the bridge makes a navigational error, the ship's computer will not correct it. As the Seaside enters the narrow port, the key is to slow down as much as possible.
Midship the wheel. Yes, midship.
It approaches first at 3, then 2 knots. Any faster, and the 300-meter-long ship will be almost impossible to control.
Then thrust 30% to starboard.
By this point, the ship is less than 200 meters from another vessel and 150 meters away from surrounding reefs. It now needs to pivot 45 degrees towards the dock without any forward movement. The ship is so big that the team move to the bridge wing.
Okay, underwear the wheel, underwear the wheel. Take over the wheel on the starboard wing, and take over all the control.
Here they have a better view of the pier, while maintaining full control of the ship. Underwater, the ship's 7 thrusters kick into action, rotating the vessel towards the dock with inch-perfect precision.
And that's the most complicated moment, because the vessel weight is 160,000 tons. The water around is not really very much. There are a few meters water under the keel.
The ship is so close to the seabed that the thrusters force the silt to the surface. Any more speed and the ship could sink lower in the water and run aground.
This last part of the job is the most delicate of the entire job. Slowly, slowly, softly, softly. That's okay.
Yes, the bridge on forward in
Stop us. Despite the fact that maybe you have a residual speed of 0. few knots, maybe 0.5, if you hit with that residual speed any concrete things, you risk to create a serious damage to the ship.
Meters away from the pier, all the thrusters stop turning, and inch by inch, the ship drifts into position.
You should really land softly with 0 residual speed. In practice, I used to say it's like kiss the pier.
405 clear. We are in position.
While most of the passengers are off the ship, the crew have a vital duty to perform. Every week, the ship's officers run a full emergency drill.
Check on aft part. During maneuvering, we hit the pier on the compartment approximately 4 and 5.
Today, the officers have come up with an emergency scenario to test all the crew.
Captain, we understand the compartment affected are 5 and 4.
Safety officer Marco is dispatched to assess the extent of the imaginary damage.
Bridge closing down on compartment number 4 by the vertical escape.
For speed, Marco uses the ship's vertical escape ladders.
Bridge front safety.
Hidden passageways running from deck 1 to 4.
Bridge on deck 1, compartment number 5. We have 2 meters of water on deck 1, compartment number 5.
Compartment number 5, we have 2 meters of water.
The ship is divided into 10 vertical zones. In an emergency, they're designed to be watertight, to contain any breach of the hull. For today's drill, 2 of these compartments are supposedly taking on water.
Charlie Alpha.
As soon as the bridge sounds the crew alert, every member of staff has to drop what they're doing.
All the crew members on board, they have a second duties in case of emergencies. They can be people in charge of the evacuation, people in charge of medical team, people from fire team, lifeboat preparation. They have many different duties all around the ship.
The safety officers check that the crew are confident with their duties by pretending to be lost guests.
Can I stay here?
No.
Why? I want to just speak with you. Few minutes.
Please carry on your way.
We try sometimes to scare them, to give them pressure in order to maybe feel what can happen in a really emergency. It's the only way.
What are you doing? You are waiting there?
Yeah, remaining calm.
Yeah, of course. When you can leave your position?
When it's over?
No?
Never.
No. A few of them were really under pressure during the test. We need to work in order to improve their performance, but it's okay.
The drill is over. The drill is complete. Thank you very much for your participation.
This is a good day.
With the drill over, the crew can return to their normal jobs. But what's daily life like for the 1,500 crew members living on board? Hidden within the ship, there is a second city, one that passengers never get to see. Here, in a maze of corridors, there are 3 crew restaurants, 2 private crew bars.
Mi casa es su casa. Come in.
And 740 crew cabins.
So this is my cabin. I'm a senior officer, so it's a larger cabin and I don't have to share it, which is a big perk on ship life. But you can see, really, it's not the biggest space in the world either. But on a big ship, this is all that I get to call my own.
The officers are lucky.
This is our corridor.
Most of the crew live in less luxurious surroundings.
Here we are, home sweet home.
When you're in these cabins, you're a bit like,
Stuck.
You feel a bit stuck and confined.
Yeah. Beds. Jess is on the top bunk, I'm on the bottom bunk.
I miss waking up and like looking outside of the window.
It is a bit strange
and
not having a window in here, and we don't really see daylight for quite a while.
Yeah.
Then when you do go outside, your eyes are a bit like,
Yeah.
you're like but then when we want to have a nap, it's good
great.
because it's pitch black in the rooms.
There is the bathroom, sink, toilet, and then the shower.
For us guys, the only real time we're here is when we're sleeping. Well,
it's just a base, you know.
We are
you
very rarely in here.
I think crazy is the word we'd use to sum up this whole experience.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's like living in a little bubble. We call it a ship bubble, don't we?
Ship bubble, yeah.
Yeah. You're in your complete own little world. We work together, eat together, we do everything together.
And life on a cruise ship can be a lot of fun.
So nice.
So nice.
All of us entertainers are getting off. Hey!
Freedom! This is the privilege of doing a cruise, guys.
Full trolley.
It's done the shot.
Stocked up.
TV.
This is.
Little ladder for stupid little people.
Back to the ship.
Back to our little floating home.
After a few hours off the ship, it's back to work. Then, with all passengers and crew back on board, the Seaside sets sail again and heads out into open ocean. With one of the biggest live theatre shows at sea, what does it take to entertain 5,000 passengers 3 times every single night?
Costume after costume, headdress after headdress. Trees, we have trees. Oh, wait, hold on. Ow!
Early evening on the MSC Seaside. While the passengers enjoy the last of the sun, the ship's in-house theatre company are in the midst of rehearsals.
So let's check now the fit position now.
Tonight is the premiere of a brand new show, and there's some last-minute work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching Timeless!
We are the dancers of MSC Seaside, and we're part of a cast of about 40. We live more in the changing room than we do in our cabins.
Spend more time here than anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like everything on this ship, the entertainment comes super-sized. Every single night, the company performs to up to 3,000 people across 3 shows. That's a bigger audience than in any theatre in London's West End. There's a full-scale lighting rig, a state-of-the-art sound system, and a dedicated backstage team. Even the props and costumes have been specially commissioned for the ship.
And here we are greeted.
This is Ruben's dad.
By the dinosaur.
Do you know the dinosaur?
Do you know the dinosaur? There we go, we've named it. And it has a camera, so the person
Who's inside?
who's inside. Oh, wait, hold on. Ow, that's spiky.
But his eyes move as well.
Guys, it has a little fan in there.
Yeah,
There's a little fan in case he gets hot.
These
Crazy.
are
Yeah.
some of the costumes.
Yeah. And there's just like costume after costume, headdress after headdress.
Trees, we have trees. This is like how we get from one side of the stage to the other quickly. Sometimes
Our secret passageway. That's what we call it.
We made normally all of you with the fans.
The cast rehearse for up to 7 hours a day, then go straight into performing.
We usually work around 60 hours a week.
long hours, hard work, get ready, warm up. It's just then a continuous rehearsal.
But we do it because we love it. Yeah.
Mine and remain there. That's good.
With rehearsals over, the cast have just over half an hour to get ready for the premiere.
I get nervous, but I think I've always been at that, but always like good to have a bit of nerves.
Still every time before curtains open, you might need a little week. Why am I so late?
They were excited.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Because we've worked for it, do you know what I mean? We've worked, so I feel like it's finally time to show an to show audience.
what
You
we've
feel
done.
the new one's like going to be amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Timeless!
Once the show begins, the biggest challenge isn't the dancing. It's 4 costume changes in half an hour. After the show, the cast have no time to celebrate. There are 2 more shows tonight.
One down, 2 to go. Yeah. Once we finish doing our makeup, again, redoing our makeup, it's straight into show again.
15 minutes later, it's curtains up again. By 10 p.m., the last show is over. The cast have been on the go for 12 hours straight.
Now sleep. Yeah, now beer.
I'm having a drink.
Now beer.
8 stories above, on the bridge, the atmosphere is very different. The vessel is still motoring through the ocean at 22 knots, but the captain can't work 24 hours a day, so who's in charge? Throughout the night, 3-man teams work shifts on the bridge. Their job is known as the watch.
We are just outside the bridge. I'm first officer and I'm head of the watch.
The bridge must remain pitch black at all times throughout the night.
The first 5 minutes are not easy because it's all black, you cannot see nothing.
Each shift lasts just 4 hours. Any longer, and there's a risk that the watchers could lose their concentration.
Current is pushing, pushing to north.
Yeah, I take the charge at the going, okay.
The bridge is equipped with millions of dollars worth of modern equipment. But at night, the watch relies on some much simpler technology.
We are watching the other vessel moving. So with the binocular, we can see their light, especially with the small boat, a fishing boat, that many times are not plotted on the radar screen.
Looking after this billion-pound vessel is a huge responsibility.
We have 1,000 passengers and 1,000 crew members. So if we make any mistake on the bridge, there are many people here. And our job is to let them feel safe.
The bridge isn't the only place that has to operate throughout the night. Across the ship, a secret nighttime army is at work, making sure the seaside runs smoothly 24 hours a day. 4 floors of outside decking needs to be scrubbed. Every restaurant's given a deep clean, and every public space hoovered from top to bottom. On board, more than 100 staff work through the night. And one department in particular is a hive of activity: the ship's in-house bakery. Fresh bread has to be made from scratch all night, every night.
The bakery working 24 hours. The night people coming 8 o'clock, preparation all bread for the breakfast. Croissant, pan chocolato, all the breakfast is the night people. All the bread you eat on board is fresh.
In one night shift, this bakery will make 5,000 croissants and 3,000 pain au chocolat. And that's just for breakfast. Over the course of a week's cruise, the bakers will produce 7,000 donuts, 10,000 pizzas, and 70,000 bread rolls. To make life easier for the crew, the bakery is stocked with state-of-the-art equipment, like this, which cuts cakes using a high-pressure water jet. It can slice more than 1,000 cakes every hour.
Everybody, collaboration. For example, one people make the dough, one people working the table, one people put the proving, one put in the oven. When coming outside, I want to see the bread is perfect.
The final task of the night, to prepare the decks for another busy day. Then, as the passengers begin to get up, the night team heads to bed. Another shift finished on the ship that never sleeps. The ship is on its way back to Miami, but there's one final challenge to face.
They all agree that this is one very narrow, very fast, crazy place.
It's the final evening of the MSC Seaside's Caribbean cruise. But as the ship heads back to Miami, the crew still have one major event to put on: party night.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening and welcome to our Asia Mirror. Tonight is the main event of the cruise. We're going to be dancing till the early hours of the morning. This is the event you've all been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight is our white party. Here we go.
It's the biggest night of the cruise for the guests and for the ship's tireless 12-person entertainment team.
They're kind of like the front line. They're the ones doing all the events, and they're the ones that are pretty much responsible of making sure that all the guests have an amazing holiday.
With crowds of up to 2,000 people, the Seaside's White Night is one of the biggest parties at sea.
guys on my team are incredible. They work really hard to do it for 8 months straight, every single day, no weekends off. You know, it takes a special person to make that happen. And if they're happy, then all the guests are happy.
In just 1 week, the ship's 5,000 passengers and 1,500 crew have eaten 160 tons of food and drunk 8,000 bottles of wine. On the way, they've used 100,000 pool towels and thrown away 70 tons of garbage. And the huge ship itself has used more than 1,000 tons of fuel and 2 million gallons of water. But the journey isn't quite over. After all the passengers go to bed, the bridge team have to prepare for perhaps their most difficult challenge yet: how to bring a 160,000-ton ship into one of the narrowest ports in America, in the pitch-black night. By 4 a.m., the ship is 1 mile outside the port of Miami. They might have all the latest technology on board, but to get into port safely, they need some expert local help. Captain John Nitkin is a Miami port pilot. It's his job to guide these massive cruise ships safely into dock. This morning, he's meeting up with the Seaside.
MSC Seaside, good morning. We are outbound to you now. What side is your pilot ladder? Okay, we copy port side, very good. We are headed to you now. We always ask the captain, have you been to Miami before? And if they say no, we tell them you're in for quite a ride. And after, they all agree that this is one very narrow, very fast, crazy place. There she is, she's a beauty. She's the biggest one in Miami right now.
First, the most dangerous part of the whole maneuver for John. He has to jump from his moving boat up onto the Seaside.
There have been a lot of accidents and pilots lost climbing that ladder.
Alongside midship. We continue.
The giant cruise ship has to make sure it holds its course precisely, so it doesn't smash into the smaller boat alongside.
Safety. Hold these course. Okay, we hold these course.
Once on board, John heads straight to the bridge.
Where's my captain?
How are you? Nice to
There
see you.
I hear you.
Happy to see you.
Good to see you.
Every port has its own pilots. They're the world experts in their own small piece of the ocean.
We know the waters here and the conditions better than anybody.
On the bridge, John takes control of the con, the movement of the vessel.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Pilot is like the conductor, and it is one big symphony, and everything has to be timed just right.
But bringing something this size into Miami isn't easy.
Port Miami is very narrow. When I started 30 years ago, we didn't know what is the capacity, the largest ship that the port could handle. We're now there. Starboard 5. Yes.
On the surface, Miami Port easily looks wide enough for the Seaside, but beneath the water, it's a different story. To allow these huge ships to enter the port, a shallow channel has been dug out of the rock seabed. But it's only 100 meters wide, leaving very little space either side. John has to get it right, or the massive ship will run into the side of the channel.
The ships have grown and changed, but the thing that hasn't changed are these narrow rock channels. In these ports like Miami, everything is feet and inches.
The huge ship is also susceptible to small changes in wind conditions.
A cruise ship is a giant sail, and they call each balcony with the little partitions parachutes. They all catch the wind. So when the wind is on the side of the ship, the big challenge is keeping these ships safely within the channel boundaries.
John has to make sure that the vessel stays dead straight to avoid hitting the side of the channel. Then, over 20 minutes, the Seaside has to execute a perfect 180 before it can come into dock.
The weight of the responsibility is really heavy. Everybody's watching me do this. It doesn't look that hard. That's because we're doing a good job. It takes a lot of patience, skill, and you have to have pretty much ice water in your veins.
As the ship approaches the dock, the officers have one final job to do.
5 meters.
5 meters.
Safety officer Marco has to line up the ship perfectly alongside the gangways.
We are moving astern, we are almost in position. Half a meter. Half a meter, hold on up.
Inch by inch, they guide the Seaside home. At 5:15 precisely, the ship docks, marking the end of its 2,000-mile journey. Then, as the sun comes up over Miami port, the ship's hidden army readies itself for another turnaround day. Another 5,000 passengers. Another week at sea.
The cruise comes to an end, and then the guests go home, the guests re-embark, and we do it all over again.
Just big satisfaction, you know, that, okay, it's done again. Okay, now we go.
It's the beginning of another week in the secret life of the cruise.
NHS hospitals treat over 250,000 of us every day.
That is an abnormal pumping of the heart.
Open 24/7, hospitals help begin life, save life, and provide care when life ends. If you think hospitals are kept running by doctors and nurses, think again.
It looks like a chip shop menu, doesn't it?
This is where we actually store the donated bones.
We tend to be the pixie service.
The whole trust is connected by very primitive drain pipes, essentially.
Exclusive access to one of Britain's busiest hospitals allows us behind the scenes to explore a secret world where pharmacists make food for the most vulnerable patients.
One bacteria inside the product could cause death to the patient.
Cleaners spray poisonous gas with strange robots.
Infection kills. I couldn't contemplate not doing the deep clean.
A topsy-turvy world where engineers resuscitate dead machines.
If it fails, it's absolute chaos.
And doctors screw people together, where maintenance is a matter of life and death.
If it was your relative being brought in here to be operated on to have their life saved, you'd want everything working.
Hundreds of thousands of unseen hands keep our hospitals running. This is the ultimate access all areas backstage pass to the secret life of the hospital. The NHS has 1.7 million staff, making it the biggest employer in Europe. Logging over 125 million visits a year, hospitals around the UK are busier than ever, treating 1 million of us every 36 hours. But none of us sees how a major hospital gears up around us when we're ill. In southwest England, the Royal Devon and Exeter is a typical large modern hospital with 750 beds, 7,200 staff, caring for 750,000 patients a year. It's full on 24/7.
Medical or trauma?
Incoming ambulance crews give 10 minutes warning. The switchboard operators act fast, alerting the right people with the right expertise. Right now.
It's literally the worst feeling in the world when that goes off. It bleeds you instantly. It goes to your pit of your stomach.
The NHS uses 130,000 pages, more than any organisation on Earth. Blood can be ordered.
Red cells.
X-ray imaging put on standby. Operating theatres prepped. Laboratories readied. Anaesthetists woken up. Porters called in. In minutes, the switchboard can mobilise an army.
So we get specialties and expertise from all around the hospital to manage the patient so that they're there waiting before he arrives.
Everybody ready for a lift?
Okay.
Ready, steady.
So this is Margaret Dodd, she's 76, intracranial hemorrhage is primary diagnosis.
The assembled team swings into action, fighting to save Margaret's life.
You've basically got someone's life in your hands, and if you delay, then that's going to have an impact on whether they survive or not.
As they rush her to X-ray for critical scans, her blood samples are rushed to the lab for testing. The problem is the hospital is half a mile long, and every second counts. The solution? The Estates Department Rapid Transit System.
The system is basically the email for solid objects. Key in the address to where you want it to go. As if by magic, it goes.
The pods fly to and from 63 locations throughout the hospital. Loads of up to 2 kilos are propelled by powerful air pumps at 6 meters per second.
It's very fast. I don't think I would like to be a pod.
They rocket along the hospital's arteries of 6-inch tubes, unseen inside the ceilings and walls.
It'll probably be 3 to 4 minutes maximum from one end of the hospital to the other.
The emergency samples are whisked to a place we never see. The Blood Sciences Lab.
So the whole trust is connected by this network of very primitive drain pipes, essentially, but it allows us to get those specimens rapidly to the lab from A&E, so we can start that process of getting those results back to the clinician so they can get the patient sorted out.
Blood tests are so crucial in diagnosis that 95% of emergency patients have blood sent for analysis. On top of that, hundreds of vials of blood arrive from all 30 wards in the morning rush hour.
I can hear another pod coming.
So how do they pick out the urgent ones like Margaret's from A&E or intensive care?
Everybody else have their clear bags. The red bags come from an urgent place such as the emergency department, so we can tell at a glance that it's an urgent one rather than a normal one.
If a sample from A&E arrived now, we'd expect that to be done and dusted within 1 hour.
That first hour is key for a seriously injured patient like Margaret. Medics need information fast, from scans, from blood tests, and from medical records.
Any calls that come through the emergency phone line, we have to get those notes within an hour of receiving that request.
In one room, Health Records keeps the 75,000 files accessed in the last 2 years. Over 145,000 older ones are also stored on site. But when you add the off-site archives, there are around 750,000 files dating back to the 1950s. With so many files stacked on the shelves, how do they find an emergency patient's medical notes?
We use our lovely PAS system to find where the notes are. Depending where they are is then when the real fun starts.
Just like the blood test lab, the Health Records emergency desk is in a race against the clock.
It is quite complicated when you think that we run a 24-hour service 7 days a week. It has been this way for a long time. Medical records, yes. The NHS has been going since 1948, and doctors have been using paper long before then.
A squad of dedicated clerks are well drilled to beat the 1 hour target. By hand.
It should be in here somewhere. Hopefully they're in the right place, because when you've got 145,000 sets of notes, that can be a nightmare to find.
The system does work well. It's a very well-oiled machine.
But in the next 3 years, Health Records is going digital. As the pod system pumps in more and more samples, the blood lab is under pressure. Across the UK, 300,000 patients are tested a day. That's 6.2 million tests a year in this lab alone. How can a handful of lab technicians possibly process results fast enough to beat that crucial 1-hour turnaround?
Automation plays a massive part in what we do. We'll generate about 25,000 results a day. The days of bubbling test tubes and crazy scientists have gone. Having said that, we have got a few crazy scientists milling around, but the automation is key these days to diagnose and treat patients.
Doctors can choose from a menu of 900 different tests for blood oxygen levels, liver or kidney function, or heart problems. Even cancers can be discovered or ruled out.
Some of the tests are equally as valid as a negative result as they are with a positive result.
The robot analyzers are super fast and ultra reliable, but not infallible. What if they make a mistake?
The machines themselves are constantly monitored. If a result is generated that's abnormal, that's where the human element comes into it. So automation is great, but we still need that Mark 1 human eyeball to look at that result and decide what to do.
As the emergency department admit a stream of new casualties, the first hour is almost up for 76-year-old Margaret. She's still unconscious. Her blood results reveal good oxygen levels, and her brain scan is clear. So she's now in the catheterization laboratory, where consultants inject a dye to investigate her heart function.
Actually, her arteries are normal and there's no blockage there, so it's not a heart attack. Now we can see the pumping, so that is an abnormal pumping of the heart. It's very discordant, and you can see the dye kind of hangs around. That should not happen. So this is clearly a problem with the muscle of the heart itself rather than the blood supply.
While Margaret is taken to a bed in intensive care, on the wards, the hospital comes face to face with its arch enemy.
So infection kills. I couldn't contemplate not doing the deep clean.
And goes to war on killer bugs. Hospitals are very unhealthy places. Sick people go there, taking a stream of bacteria and viruses with them. The foot soldiers in the constant battle against infection are the cleaners. 300,000 patients a year in England acquire an infection while under treatment, at a cost to the NHS of £1 billion.
There we are, your breakfast.
The danger of infection is present on every hospital ward. From bugs like norovirus and Clostridium difficile and MRSA, which is resistant to common antibiotics.
Resistant strains are a very dangerous proposition which we're facing at the moment. If you have an organism which is resistant to a majority or a vast range of antibiotics, then obviously we haven't got any options to treat the patient with.
1 in 30 of us has MRSA living harmlessly on our skin or in our nose. But for patients with open wounds or weakened immune systems, MRSA can enter the body to cause serious infection, blood poisoning, and even death.
Hi, I'm Kat, one of the nurses. I'm going to do 2 swabs for MRSA. Okay. So one of your nose and one of your throat. Okay. Okay.
Hospitals screen every patient for MRSA before they get a bed.
Okay, and next is your throat. So open wide for me. Fantastic. There we go. All done. Okay.
A positive MRSA result triggers a protective regime on the wards.
The medics would put that patient into a side room and isolate them so that if there was a patient with multi-resistant organisms, we try and contain that and don't allow that to spread around other vulnerable patients.
So how do our biggest hospitals defend patients from such dangerous cross-infections?
Obviously, we do environmental cleaning every day
in the hospital 24/7, 365 days a year. But once a year, we make that decision to deep clean all of the inpatient environment.
In deploying the deep clean, they unleash Armageddon on killer bugs.
This is so important. You know, it's once a year, annual deep clean, when everything is stripped right back and cleaned throughout.
So we start at the top and we work our way down. So we take curtains out, everything comes out, old hand towels, old gloves, and you know, we clean beds, we take beds apart completely. That's a really difficult task to do when a patient's lying on it.
The work that they're doing here today is absolutely vital to the running of the hospital. We can't run a hospital unless it's clean and safe.
The deep clean puts these 10 beds in the acute stroke unit out of action for most of the day. And NHS hospitals are always short of beds.
Infection kills. I couldn't contemplate not doing the deep clean. We have a duty to our patients to make sure it's as clean as possible.
The Royal Devon and Exeter Hospital has 60 departments spread over 6 acres. So how does it link them all together?
Hello, Porter, it's John speaking. How can I help you?
There's nowhere porters don't know.
Excuse me, please.
No one they can't collect.
Thank you, guys.
Nothing they can't deliver.
Cheers, thank you.
Day or night.
Lovely. Thanks, Keith.
They know all the departments. They know all the bits of equipment. Don't think there's nothing they don't know, really, except for surgery themselves.
Porters are the lifeblood of a hospital, reaching even the remotest parts, on foot.
Average, we do about 10 to 12 miles a shift in an 8-hour shift. So yeah, it's a hell of a lot of walking. I did a 28,000 step day the other week. Been here 5 months, I'm on my 3rd pair of shoes already.
We pick up blood for general patients and for emergencies.
We attend every cardiac arrest that goes on in the hospital. If there's an emergency down that end, blood transfusions down at the other end. And sometimes on one call, you could be running backwards and forwards 4 or 5 times.
They got to work really hard sometimes because I'm the one that makes them work. They don't call me any names on the radio, but I can feel it. They call me the Beastmaster sometimes.
This is a 750-bed hospital.
And I'll grab you some fresh towels for tomorrow.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
On busy wards, linen can be changed many times a day. To keep up, staff need 10 sets of linen per bed.
2 pillows enough?
Yes, quite enough, thank you very much.
But how does the hospital cope with thousands of dirty sheets? In the hospital laundry, they've mechanised war against infection. The laundry's state-of-the-art machinery cleans 260,000 articles a week. Over 14 million items a year. It's not just linen that must be spotless. Doctors' greens and nurses' blues. Scrubs and gowns, all the hospital's dirty clothing is resurrected here.
The guys at the bottom are feeding the laundry up to the top of the gantry, where the guys are then sorting it out into sheets, blankets, bath towels, pillowcases, patient gowns, nightwear, theatre scrub suits, everything, you name it, we've got it in it.
Potentially infected linen is double-bagged at the hospital. An outer red bag to alert laundry staff to danger, and an inner bag that dissolves in water.
It gets a different wash process. It's getting a double wash, so we're definitely going to kill whatever's in it.
Laundry workers often find a more pleasant surprise in the folds.
We occasionally get mobile phones, iPads, laptops, and things like scissors and needles, which aren't really helpful. We also find quite a lot of personal jewellery, rings, necklaces, earrings, which is always nice to find when people phone up, because sometimes they've lost a relative and it means a lot to them to get it back, and it's good to get it back to people. They're very grateful.
Back in the acute stroke unit, after 3 hours of scrubbing and steaming, they wheel out the latest technology in the arms race against infection. The Deep Clean robot. It will fill the air with a powerful chemical that's familiar to hairdressers. Hydrogen peroxide. It's great at bleaching hair, but as a vapour, it's weaponised to exterminate killer bugs.
We have to be outside because the environment inside we're going to fill with a hydrogen peroxide vapour, which is going to kill the microorganisms.
The bleach vapour is so strong it can't be allowed to leak out. All the air vents are sealed and covered, so the gas doesn't harm people elsewhere in the hospital.
Obviously, we don't want that to escape from the room whilst it's happening, so we seal the room up completely with tape on the door, and then we'll make sure everything's ready before we start.
The misting will keep this ward closed for another 2.5 hours. The laundry's 2 huge washing machines are brand new and cost £500,000 each. They're hungry beasts, consuming 50 kilos of dirty linen, 8 domestic loads every 2 minutes. 3 tons of washing an hour.
This is the first part of the area, so this is doing our pre-wash. This is wetting down and adding chemicals to try and break up the stains to start with.
In the centre sections is the main wash and the real bug killer, thermal disinfection. 65 degrees Celsius for at least 10 minutes. There's no spin cycle. Every 2 minutes, a clean load emerges, squeezed dry by enormous pressure. 350 tonnes total per load.
If we don't manage to find any items back up in our sorting and grading area, this will demolish it.
Staff clean on an industrial scale. A synchronised regiment with one aim, killing bugs.
Yeah, I'm a bit OCD, I think. It's like with my car. I'm a bit OCD with that. It's got to be clean all the time. You know. I don't like dirty glass. I don't like dirty paintwork. Wheels have got to be spot on, so... yeah, attention to detail with me.
You're in the right job, then?
I think so, yeah.
Shirley inspects 800 sheets an hour. Eagle-eyed for any fault, she rejects anything not perfectly clean.
And my mum's been in hospital quite a few times this year, and the sheets are always clean. That's the main thing, isn't it? If we send through clean sheets, then the patients can't get any germs from here.
So we'll just go into the ward to make sure it's going to finish on time.
It's crucial that the beds come back into the system by the end of the day. We'll have 10 empty beds by the time I finish tonight.
In the acute stroke unit, hydrogen peroxide vapour has settled on every surface, penetrated every nook and cranny, killing any remaining bacteria or viruses.
I'm checking that we've got no gas leaks, so we're safe. Obviously, inside the room, there'll be quite high levels, but we need to make sure that we've sealed the door correctly. And so far, so good.
At the end of the cycle, the robot reabsorbs the mist, and the room will be safe to enter. Patients will be returned to disinfected, freshly made beds.
Okay. So once the mister is finished in there, we'll move the patients. Brilliant. Okay.
Yep.
Good, good, good. We need those beds.
The ward will soon be back in action.
Cheers, thank you.
While upstairs, another unseen team keep the operating theatres running on schedule. 14-year-old Sid needs life-changing surgery to straighten his spine.
It's quite painful a lot of the time.
Surgeons will put in titanium rods and colour-coded screws.
Yeah, but it'd be like Wolverine, wouldn't you? Yeah.
But the vital ingredient is a big surprise.
The anaesthetist did say that they use old lady bones.
Recycled bone.
do the double doors here. Stairs on your left, lift on your right. You need to go up one floor.
A&E is the most high-profile hospital department, but our backstage pass to the secret life of the hospital reveals it's just a small cog in this vast medical machine.
Good morning, ready, Royal Devon and today.
In fact, only 14% of patients arrive at hospital unexpected, seeking emergency treatment. The vast majority have an appointment. One of over 100 million appointments attended in NHS hospitals every year.
This level, straight to the end, left, area C.
Getting ready for this deluge is another mammoth task for health records. Every day, the records team must find almost 2,500 sets of notes and prepare them for over 300 outpatient clinics.
I've had quite a few dreams about stamping, prepping. Members of the team being in my dreams, very, very odd dreams. I think we pretty much do it in our sleep as well as come in during the day and stamping away as much as possible.
Consultants must have a patient's medical notes at their fingertips.
For a patient, you know, there is an assumption that when you're seen, your notes will be there.
I've actually been in health records in clinic prep for, this will be 12 years coming up. So I've kind of spent my youth here. I think I've got about another 60 sets of notes to prep and not a lot of time to do it in.
14-year-old Sid Hancock's appointment is with the orthopaedic surgeons who will be operating on his spine.
So this chap's 14 years old and he has this scoliosis. And scoliosis basically is a three-dimensional deformity. And we can see that the curve here is in the thoracic, the chest region of his spine. So what we're going to try and do is rotate this part of his spine back to being straighter.
Morning.
Morning.
Sid's operation is just one of 80 scheduled today.
Any problems today? No?
It's a surgeon's decision to operate, but the power to organise the 24 theatres is in the hands of the matrons.
All days. Have you got X-ray? Have you spoken to them?
Yeah, that is already booked.
Any additional comments and actions?
The beds are a bit tight, but they think they'll all pan out.
Fine. Any equipment issues so far this morning?
They call me the Oracle. When anybody comes in, they can't find anything, and they just all make a beeline. Hill, where's this? Hill, where's that? Is that all you need? Would you want
a few more things on the other side?
Okay, give me a shout if you can't find it. I've got a lot of knowledge in surgical procedures and in anaesthetic procedures, so unfortunately I was in the wrong place at the wrong time to be given this job. I manage the stock for the department, so anything runs out here, it comes down to me. In total, I manage about 4,000 lines, and I take a lot of pride knowing that everything is here.
With 30,000 procedures a day and millions of potential patients, the NHS supply chain never sleeps, delivering over £1.5 billion worth of supplies a year, including 10 million disposable scalpels, 250 million syringes of all sizes, and over 1.7 billion pairs of examination gloves.
We need to save money, and over the last 7 years, I've saved hundreds and thousands of pounds by sourcing alternative suppliers. Just things like this is our suction tubing, used everywhere in the trust. By just changing the bore by 1 millimetre, saved thousands and thousands of pounds.
2 kilocat spools, Baker 1/8 inch.
Yeah.
Although frantically busy, every operating theatre is shut down for maintenance twice a year. The estates department takes care of even the tiniest backstage detail.
We try to catch anything that might break down, to check it all and make sure it is going to last to the next 6 months, unless they do something silly with it, which is quite possible.
Every single light bulb is replaced, working or not. Everything is double-checked.
Making sure that they've got full movement, no obvious damage, excess wear, things like that. At the end of the day, if it was your relative or a friend being brought in here to be operated on to have their life saved, you'd want everything working to its best ability to give the surgeons the best chance they had of saving their lives.
Sid is called into theatre only when everyone and everything is ready for him.
Hello there. All right. Come on in. Hi there.
Hi.
All right. Let's get you settled down. Let's get you sat down. So before we do,
Behind the operating room doors is a hidden world of precision tools. Spinal surgery calls for trays and trays of specialist surgical equipment.
Trish, could we have a few more nuts, please?
And racks of screws. They are colour-coded for diameter, but each must be carefully double-checked for length by hand.
Yeah, that's...
Finely machined from titanium, they are light, strong, and will never corrode. They cost up to £300 each. Sid will need 22.
Go on, hold it, please. Yeah, that's it. Beautiful.
When a patient is cut open, they're vulnerable to infection. A clean and sterile environment is a matter of life and death. But bugs can still get in, carried by the air. The plant rooms in the roof of the hospital are a far cry from the quiet, pristine theatres. But in this noisy, dirty place is one of the most important pieces of theatre equipment, its air handling unit.
This is the dedicated AHU air handling unit. It takes the air from outside in, it puts it through various filters, sensors, things like that, and then it will go through a chilling coil or a heating coil so that the air can be chilled or heated as required by the theatre.
Pushing clean air into the operating theatre has a vital extra role. Dirty, potentially infectious air is pushed out.
The air inside the theatre is pressurised. You've got invasive surgery going on. You don't want outside air for the germs coming in, so we try to keep out as much as possible.
Right, shall we do an X-ray now of the screws?
An X-ray of Sid's spine shows that all the screws are well positioned to hold the titanium rods that will straighten his back.
The screws grip hold of the spine, and then the rods have a certain shape, and so you attach the rod to the screws to put the spine into the shape you're hoping to get it to. Somewhat straighter, and then you want it to stay there.
But the metalwork is only half the story. Over time, the rods may break, or the screws come loose. So to fuse his spine straight for life, Sid needs a bone graft.
We want the correction to be maintained by the rods and screws while the bone graft heals in the same position, and to create a fusion so that it's solid bone.
But where will his bone graft come from? Over 120,000 hip replacements are carried out in NHS hospitals each year, successfully treating what was once a crippling condition.
You get pain in the hip when you're walking, going downhill, and as it gets really bad, you can't sleep.
So how does getting a new metal hip help with bone grafts?
This is your thigh bone, as it would be. As you can see from this, I'll go this way. When you have your hip replacement, the surgeons will actually cut across here, and this bit will be removed.
The old femoral heads can be donated for recycling. For all the high-tech equipment in theatre, bone graft preparation comes down to what looks like a good old-fashioned mincer. To get a femoral head, operating staff make a withdrawal from the bone bank.
That's it, at the very back, 56H2.
Kept deep frozen way down at minus 80 degrees C, the donated femoral heads can be stored for 5 years.
I don't think I've ever known that we've actually discarded, as we call discarded, a femoral head that has actually reached its sell-by date. They're always implanted prior to that actually happening. It's marvellous that people have donated, and we don't want to waste anything at all.
I'm just taking off the soft tissue and cartilage from the head because we just want the cancellous bone that's inside.
30 femoral heads are donated every month, making the hospital self-sufficient in bone graft material. And even better, it's free.
It's a win-win situation, really. People like it because it's upcycling.
It's time to add the milled femoral head that will fuse Sid's spine in position.
So the femoral head milled up will act basically as a scaffolding for this young man's bone cells to grow through to create the fusion, you see.
Once the bone has been used, Louise, the bone bank coordinator, organises a surprise thank you letter from the hospital.
It gives them a feel-good factor. I've actually had patients phone up and say to me that they were so chuffed to bits, because obviously it's a long time sometimes from the point of donation to the point of implantation, can be up to 4.5, nearly 5 years. And sometimes they forget that they've done that.
It feels nice to get it. It's an acknowledgement that you've done something, that somebody you know definitely has benefited from that.
Sid's operation has taken 4.5 hours. And now staff have a lot of clearing up to do. Medicine is a messy business, and 1/3 of the waste it generates is classed as infectious. As it can't go to landfill, it's expensive to get rid of, costing from £400 to £22,000 per tonne. The logistics team collect it in their electric tugs and take it away.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
But the contaminated surgical instruments are much too valuable to throw away. They are precision engineered for specialist procedures, costing from £600 up to £8,000 each. So where do they go after the surgeons have finished with them? When used surgical instruments arrive at the hospital sterilisation and decontamination unit, they are filthy, bloody and potentially infectious. They have to leave pristine and sterile, ready to go again, and again, and again.
That figure there is the amount of times it's been used. So that's 1,238 that's been through.
500 sets a day are sent through these powerful industrial dishwashers.
Just make sure it starts.
It's the first step in a 4-hour process. Next, each instrument must be thoroughly checked.
I'm just checking all the instruments, all the joints to make sure that they've all come through the wash clean. If you come across anything that doesn't look like it's meeting or it's a bit broken, you send it off and it'll go for repair. We actually have to know all the instruments so that we can make sure they're all there in the first place. That's the Littlewoods. There's an Addison's, that's a 4-set. I call it, when I first started, I always thought it was a tweezer, but it's not. That's a retractor, sort of pulling you open from our surgeons operating. I've seen a couple of operations, really interesting. Did you get the chance to go up and watch some?
What's your favourite?
Hip. It's really interesting how they throw your leg around to get to the hip.
Before sterilisation, each set of washed and checked instruments is wrapped. It looks like a simple parcel, but the cloths and the sticky tape are designed with hidden qualities. Once steam sterilised under pressure at 135 degrees C for 3.5 minutes, the stripes on the tape have changed from green to black.
But I'm just checking this that the indicators all change colour.
Staff can tell at a glance that a pack has been sterilised. The weave of the cloths has closed up in the heat, sealing in the sterilised instruments. The sets are ready for surgery again.
Yeah, just do a little bit, don't worry too much.
Yeah, don't force it.
After his spinal operation, Sid's in the recovery area.
I'm feeling like I've been stabbed in the back a few times, but like, yeah, pretty good to be honest.
It's gone really well, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's kind of weird to think there are titanium rods in my back. If I had a hip replacement, or 2 hip replacements and a knee replacement,
It'll be a bionic.
We have rebuilt you.
Yeah.
it's going to be like Wolverine.
Wolverine, yeah.
And it'll only be a matter of time before I can move into my cyborg body.
The secret life of the hospital is full of contradictions. While one department is killing bugs, another is feeding them, growing them as fast as possible, because another patient's life hangs in the balance.
Ready, steady, slide.
The emergency department is dealing with the aftermath of a serious crash.
At 8:30, 5 people in a van, and the van hit the central armco, the central reservation, bounced, flipped, and then crashed into one of the bridge parapets.
And the rest of them have gone somewhere
No, the driver's
else,
dead
or-
on the scene.
Okay. Right, Justin. So this is the CT scan, okay? The bed is going to move into this donuts, okay? It'll be noisy, but you'll be okay.
Justin has suffered possibly serious head and facial injuries.
So a CT scan will reveal really vital information. So all patients who have major trauma will have a CT scan of virtually their entire body. Quite often it's possible to miss quite important injuries.
Medical imaging is a magic window for doctors to see inside the body.
But there's certainly no major amount of blood there. There's an anterior skull fracture, probably running just about down here in relation to the eye.
He's quite drowsy intermittently. That's the only thing.
I did notice that, yeah. The history goes against this being a significant head injury, doesn't it? Because he crawled out and immediately was speaking, crawled out through a rear window.
Medical imaging is such a vital tool in diagnosis that 42 million scans of all types were made in England last year. Doctors rely on them. The scanners simply have to work. At 6 a.m. this morning, this room looked very different when the engineer woke the CT scanners. These giant X-ray machines are one of the most complex in the hospital. And there was a hitch.
Something's not picked up, something's not synced as this system's coming up, so it's not happy. They break down quite a lot. There's an awful lot of systems. There's a big computer under here, there's various computers actually within the CT itself. They've all got to come up and they've all got to sync so that they all know what they're doing.
The cost of one CT scanner is £480,000 before installation. The human cost of a breakdown is incalculable.
If it fails this test now and the system's not working, it's absolute chaos.
Modern medicine demands a vast number of electronic devices of all shapes and sizes, working 24/7.
We have many machines. We have something like 30,000 assets actually on the hospital site. That does vary from a standard little handheld thermometer up to ventilators and critical care and anaesthetic machines. So within this hospital, we look after anything that's attached to the patient. So that's ECGs, defibrillators, monitors, equipment that patients are connected to, such as the incubators.
Born 10 weeks early, weighing just 3 pounds 7 ounces, Beatrix has spent her first 4 days either on her mum Jess or in an incubator.
She's still on 61% humidity, so it's nice and warm in there, and it's also quite humid.
Nice tropical environment.
Yeah.
Parents Jess and Mike have been told jaundice is common in preterm babies, and Beatrix is being treated in the incubator with ultraviolet light.
And she's been sunbathing because the UV lights, the phototherapy that she's having, which is why she's quite dark. Sounds like a nice holiday, really, doesn't it?
At Becky's workbench is an incubator just like Beatrix's.
So the problem with this piece of equipment is this sensor here. It wasn't picking up the temperature very well on planned maintenance. I have a new one that I can replace with.
Infant respiratory distress syndrome is the leading cause of neonatal death. An incubator malfunction could be disastrous.
And we actually replace parts before they fail. So it is very much a proactive rather than reactive. The incubators are always left at a running temperature so they can swap the baby safely into another incubator. We tend to be the pixie service We go in, they don't see us, we pick up the equipment that's failed, and we drop it back when we've tested it and it's fixed.
Good morning. Would you like some breakfast?
Sometimes I feel that a nice cup of tea is just as good as any medicine.
Tracy Whitcomb, go back to Creedy.
Yeah, she's not quite ready yet.
As porters move people through the hospital maze, the patients are in their care.
Part of our job is actually sort of reading the patient. A lot of people that come in here are quite scared, nervous about what's going to happen.
Sometimes they'll confide in you when you're on your way down to X-ray at 3 a.m. rather than talk to the nurse.
How are you today, sir?
I'm okay, thank you. A very happy chappy.
That's the main thing.
I'm going home.
What, today?
Yeah.
Oh.
You get the ones who want to talk, you know, who tell you their life stories.
Go and see my wife again. The only times we've been apart is when I've been in hospital.
If you go into an oncology, a palliative section of the hospital, you've got to be sensitive, respectful and dignified.
Do you want to sit in the bed or a chair?
I'll probably sit in this chair, I think.
Chair? All right.
Yeah.
Goes right from the bottom, right up to the top, consultants and things. We're all doing the same job in a sense of, you know, patient care.
Good afternoon, Royal Devon and Exeter. Yes, certainly.
Every day, the switchboard staff double-check the emergency team's pages are working
099.
before they're needed.
099 even. Testing for speech on 099. Testing for speech on 099. Thank you. Thank you very much. We do it cardiac in the mornings. Lunchtimes, it's the gynae teams. Evenings, it's trauma, the important ones that go to the crash calls. We go out to the air ambulance, and you never know what's going to come in off there.
Doing a lot of helicopters. We get it through on the bleep. It says helicopters landing in 5 minutes. If I've got 2 quarters free and available, I send them straight down. They stop all the traffic. And then they bring a patient in from the helicopter. And we do the same again for takeoff.
Charlotte Blackman is finding it increasingly hard to breathe. It's an emergency because she has the genetic lung condition cystic fibrosis.
The problem with cystic fibrosis is the lungs don't clear secretions as well, so all the gunk sits in the lungs and it's more likely to get infected. We'll just take some blood. Let us know if you feel dizzy, we can lay you back a bit. Scratch going?
Yeah.
Healthy blood is sterile. Your body kills off invading bacteria in minutes. But Charlotte has a weak immune system and could easily develop blood poisoning, sepsis.
Sepsis is a big problem because it can be such a life-threatening illness. Then we need to be on top of it as soon as possible.
250,000 people develop sepsis every year, often deadly. It kills 1 in 6. Patients with a bacterial infection are immediately prescribed a generally effective antibiotic. But there's a danger it might not work. The problem is that once miraculous, all-powerful antibiotics are now defeated by resistant strains of bugs. So hospitals counterattack with another weapon in their armoury: microbiology.
It's critical. Without microbiology, we wouldn't know what the bacteria are, we wouldn't know what antibiotics we are able to use, and more importantly, what antibiotics we can't use.
Charlotte's blood is drawn into special blood culture bottles and sent by airpod out across the hospital site to the microbiology lab. But flying possibly infected blood around the hospital in a pod can be dangerous if it breaks. This is Stargate. the heart of the pod system. A giant router of 16 three-way switches. And of course, miles of tubes. Paul is one of the engineers whose job it is to fix the pod system when it goes wrong.
It is really reliable. It does break down, it does give us headaches, big headaches at times. If the bands come off or the lids break, it could cause jam-ups in the system. So you'll end up with a pod stuck in the tube and other pods will back in onto it. And then you end up having to take the tube system apart to rod out, push out the damaged pods.
A damaged pod can mean a leak of infectious body fluids spread throughout the hospital.
You do get spillages of items that are sent. Some of them aren't pleasant.
So how do you clean the system like this?
We've got a second pod, which we load it with a chlorine cleaning chemical. And then as the pod's being forced through the system by the air, the chlorine solution comes out of the pod, which disinfects the line as it goes.
In the microbiology lab, how do the scientists know Charlotte's blood even has bacteria in it?
Just have to try and give them the best environment for them to grow as quickly as possible.
So the blood bottles are kept at body temperature, 37 degrees C.
This is a machine which monitors the bloods every 10 minutes, and if there are any bugs growing, they will flag positive. There we go. That is a positive. It just tells us that there is something going on. We need to take the bottle off and then do some more testing.
Next, they encourage them to grow even more, into colonies of over 100,000. Big enough to clearly see the damage they're doing in the blood.
So those bugs are producing a toxin which are lysing the red cells. So it's actually breaking, rupturing the red cells. So if you can imagine that's what's happening in the blood, then the blood cells are being ruptured.
And how serious is that?
It could be very serious. It could be very serious.
If you don't find out which antibiotic is the best one, what's going to happen here?
If you don't find out straight away, or as soon as possible, then this could be a life-threatening situation.
So how do they find out which antibiotic will kill the bug before the bug kills the patient?
We've got some paper discs impregnated with different antibiotics.
After many hours on a culture plate coated in the bacteria, one antibiotic has clearly lost the battle.
This antibiotic has no effect against this bacteria. If the organism grew up to a disc and the patient was on that antibiotic, then that wouldn't be beneficial to the patient, and we would try and get the patient off of that antibiotic and onto something more effective as soon as possible.
Fortunately for this patient, there's also a clear winner.
This antibiotic here has created a big zone of inhibition, and so the organism would be killed in the patient if they were on this antibiotic.
Thanks to the lab, the bug causing Charlotte's chest infection is identified and quickly treated.
We're trying to save lives. We don't actually see patients themselves. We see little pots of people, little bits of things which come into the lab, and we do our bit to try to get the right result back to the medics so that they can then affect change in the patient and hopefully get them home as soon as possible.
The microbiology lab is full of bugs, but now the secret life of the hospital leads us into its brand new, bug-free facility. Not just the cleanest place in the hospital, but one of the cleanest places on Earth.
One bacteria inside the product could cause death to the patient.
Can you confirm who you are?
I'm Cameron Brooking.
Yeah.
16th of the 10th, 2002.
Correct.
15-year-old Cameron is halfway through a 16-week course of chemotherapy.
Right.
Thank you all.
Fabulous. Well done.
Yes.
A diagnosis of cancer is always a shock.
So it's Hodgkin's lymphoma. It's a lymph node in my neck that got cancerous cells It's gone down into my chest and lung. Not my lung.
Yeah, big tumour on
Yeah,
your
just
chest.
a tumour. So I didn't notice it at first. I just found a lump.
Hodgkin's lymphoma is one of the most common cancers in 13 to 24-year-olds, and fortunately one of the most treatable if found early. It's all very new to Cameron and his parents.
Your diagnosis was quite recent then?
Yeah, eight weeks ago. About 8 weeks. So it was very quick.
It's very quick from diagnosis to start of chemo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Literally 6 days.
And you're on, a bit of a roller coaster there. Your mind's not in it, and we were swept along as a family looking after Cameron. And then the treatment started.
Intravenous chemotherapy, like Cameron's, is a poison to kill cancer and must be made especially for each patient. So how does this busy hospital meet the demand for 500 sterile bags of highly toxic treatments a week? This is an all-new facility, Aseptics. It's not just the cleanest place in the hospital, but one of the cleanest places in the world. Staff are zealous in keeping it a strictly germ-free zone.
We can't have one bacteria inside the product because it could cause death to the patient.
The Aseptics facility doesn't only make poisonous cocktails to kill cancers, but also nourishing liquid food called TPN for vulnerable patients in intensive care and premature babies like Beatrix.
She is very small, and when she was first born, her stomach's not developed enough to take my breast milk. And so she's on TPN, which is, as far as I'm aware, it's like a liquid full of nutrients that she would have got from me, but it's fed to her intravenously while her stomach gets used to my breast milk.
So the TPN in itself is filtered through a line, and that one gets changed every 4 days. So the TPN is in the bag that's sealed from light, so we do protect it from light. And that comes down the orange line here and then directly into her vein, because that's the way that she's getting her nutrition, so she isn't going to grow without it.
At the heart of Aseptics is a sterile room. It's ringed with defences like a medieval fortress, designed to be impregnable to bugs. To get to work in there, staff must negotiate 5 zones. First, a gowning room. Each zone is at a higher air pressure than the last. Bacteria are simply blown away.
We're having a cascade of pressures as well to ensure that the bacteria, which is more or less our enemy, doesn't come into our cleanest room.
But the fortress has one terrible weakness: the staff. Although they scrub up like surgeons and even check that their hands are bug-free, they just can't help bringing in dirt against the flow.
The skin of humans is one of our biggest problems. Unfortunately, the skin is shedding, so particles are always getting into the environment, which could be a risk of contamination of any product. So the staff going inside the facilities are only gowned up to a maximum, so the exposure of skin is kept to a minimum.
Anyone with dandruff or dry skin problems can't go in. Makeup is not allowed, and even in surgical clogs, feet are a curse.
So shoes are one of our biggest enemies as well, because there's lots of dirt you could bring through your footwear.
The countermeasure is high-tech tacky mats designed to snatch any particles of dirt from shoes. Regularly cleaned and serviced, their tough, specially formulated polymers last for 25 years. If it all seems a bit OTT, remember, bacteria have no mercy.
We do not want to bring even a smallest bacteria into the room, because we could contaminate the product and then we could infect a patient.
The technicians are only halfway through their super clean journey to work. Before they can make any life-saving intravenous fluids, there is yet another gowning room at even higher pressure, where they must add an extra layer of sterile clothing and an extra pair of sterile gloves, just to be sure. At last, the inner sanctum. The preparation cabinet is completely sterile, and has a third pair of gloves as a final barrier. In there is the highest pressure of all, and even a nicked glove will trigger an alarm.
It has been shown worldwide that products have been contaminated during preparations and then maybe infused into patient died following contamination of the product, or patient maybe died on overdosages because maybe the products were not diluted appropriately.
The worst has happened, but never here.
Okay, TPN, baby TPN, Solivito.
Each preparation has a team of at least 3 people.
Petty trays, 2.5.
1 making.
And water for injections, 5 mils.
1 double-checking fluid volumes.
Correct, thank you.
And another triple-checking the whole process.
If there's any doubt, it gets rejected and we have to restart again. So there's never anywhere that we're not 100% happy with the product.
No, this is the half-hour one.
Oh, brilliant.
And then you have the big long one.
Big one.
After that.
Nice.
Cameron's treatment today will take some time.
Yeah, I've got a 7-hour one that's coming up. So it's like a 1-hour infusion, but then they need a 6-hour flush. So that's what's keeping us in for most of the day.
So you've got to start a main course and dessert today, haven't you?
Yeah.
Cameron's chemotherapy fluid flows in through a semi-permanent catheter or PICC line to a major vein by his heart.
I'm big on football and table tennis, but with the PICC line, it's a bit of a struggle. So I'm not allowed to play in goal, which is where I played, and I'm not allowed to play table tennis. But hey,
Temporary.
Temporary.
It's temporary.
Yeah, exactly. So.
We go to hospital to get better. But it's a fact of life that some of us will not go home.
Hello, Boris John speaking. How can I help you?
For the Royal Devon and Exeter Hospital, it's a daily event.
Deceased patient. All booked for you. Bye.
We rely on our hospitals for treatment throughout our lives. Specialist departments are there for us at the start of life and at the end.
Hello, Greg. Could you take you and young Ryan with you and do a Rosie, please, down on Yorty?
Okay, Rosie.
Got a patient to go to the Rose Cottage, which is the mortuary. It's the first one today, because it sounds better over the radio, Rose Cottage, than taking someone to the mortuary.
Does that happen a lot?
Yeah. If it's in a ward, they make sure that all the curtains are cold around all the other patients. Check all the patient's details. Patient is in a bag. Make sure they got no jewelry and stuff like that on them. They transfer the bag onto the trolley. Then put a blue cover on. Nobody sees you do it. And then they go to the mortuary.
Placed in a secluded corner, the mortuary is one of the most sensitive departments in the hospital. The staff receive 1,700 deceased people from the hospital every year.
Well, anyone that comes to our department is still a patient. They're still in the care of the hospital, and by saying patient, it really reinforces the fact that that is still a person that someone has lost and still loves.
Inside this closed-off world, there are 79 refrigerated spaces, concealed from visiting relatives. They see their loved ones specially laid out in the viewing room.
Our role is really to look after those people. There's a lot of different things that we need to do to make sure that that journey is as smooth as possible for bereaved people. Just simple things like making sure that their hair's shampooed and blow-dried so that their relatives can see them again. That's what makes our jobs worthwhile.
Hyper-aware that even the smallest mistake could be devastating, staff double-check everything. by using very important fridge magnets.
We first of all will check that we don't have any patients with the same or similar name in the department. If we do, we'll make sure that there's an alert in place so that we're always showing the right patient to the right family. We don't get second chances. We're one of the few areas of medicine where you can't put something right. If we make a mistake, it's wrong, and it'll be wrong for the family for the rest of their lives.
Advanced medical technology is used throughout the hospital, so the mortuary staff must be aware of devices like heart pacemakers or defibrillators. These must be removed as batteries explode during cremation. And there's an added danger.
With the internal defibrillator, they will still continue to shock. So they're like the big paddles that you'd see in A&E. They'll still continue to shock after death. So if we were doing a post-mortem examination, we'd need to know that patient has a defibrillator in and that it's switched off so that we don't get that shock. If it's enough to start a heart, it's enough to stop a heart.
The adults you get used to, but the babies you never do.
You never get over taking babies to the mortuary. I've been doing it for 25 years and it never gets any easier, really.
Yeah, it's difficult. Difficult.
Our hospitals are so familiar to us, we think we know them intimately. But we don't. There are hundreds of backstage departments and thousands of people working behind the scenes, keeping the hospital show on the road. Every minute of every hour of every day, they are living the secret life of the hospital.
Each year, over 300 million passengers fly over 6 billion miles on long-haul flights. Epic daily journeys made by some of the world's biggest planes. Like flying hotels, they transport people across the world in comfort and style. But what does it take to keep these giants in the sky?
All our team have sprung into action. It's almost like a choreographed dance. The key is just keeping moving.
Come with us as we hitch a ride on one of the longest journeys in the world, London to Sydney, Australia. As with exclusive behind-the-scenes access, we can reveal the confessions of the cabin crew.
Sometimes we do get a few weird requests, such as marriage proposals.
We go below stairs to their secret crew rest.
And welcome to our secret sleepover joint.
We meet the back office staff who monitor every second of each flight.
The IC is the nerve center to the airline. Without us, they literally would be flying blind.
And follow the stories of passengers, both animal and human, who have their own reason to board Flight 002 from London today. From starting a new life down under...
It's a big move for both of us. We haven't got a clue what to expect.
...to meeting a long-lost family for the very first time.
They've been looking for me for 20 years.
Filmed at 40,000 feet, this is the ultimate insider's guide to life in the skies. So make sure your seat is in the upright position and your seatbelt is fastened as we prepare to uncover the secret life of the long-haul flight. It's just before dawn at London's Heathrow. The world's largest passenger plane, the Airbus A380, is towed onto stand. Costing over £280 million, it's 73 metres long, 25 metres high, and has a tip-to-tip wingspan of 80 metres. In just 2 hours' time, it will depart on its daily long-haul flight to Sydney, Australia. Loaded with up to 484 passengers, the 11,000-mile journey will take 24 hours. But long before the passengers can board, a whole army of service personnel must get her ready to fly. In the world of long-haul flying, there is not a second to lose.
We don't want any of our planes hanging around the ground. The best place for our aircraft is operating within the air. So it's all hands on deck and everyone's onto the aircraft straight away to get their jobs done, and we can make that turnaround within that 2-hour time frame.
Now a well-rehearsed ballet swings into action as the refuelers, baggage handlers, engineers, cleaners and catering teams all set to work.
There's certain jobs that have to be done. The wheels have to be inspected, the engines have to be checked, oiled. You have to do a walk around to make sure there's nothing hanging off of the whole of the outside. Same for the inside.
It's a very, very structured process and it's broken down minute by minute. Each department and each team have a job to do within a certain amount of time frame. It literally does go to the minute. So we need to have the aircraft closed up by 10 minutes before departure.
With our plane not suffering any serious faults, the engineers can crack on with more cosmetic jobs, like a sticky TV screen.
Tiny screw, someone's just over tightened it. Can we get something in there to, like this? Yeah, to lever it.
While below the wing the action is in full swing, 90 minutes before departure, the 21 cabin crew clock in for their pre-flight briefing.
We all have individual roles, like there are business and first class flight attendants on board, economy flight attendants.
Sarah Kelly has been flying for 5 years. For her, aviation is in the blood.
My father is a Qantas captain, so yeah, I've just grown up with him travelling around and going to different exotic destinations, and yeah, just the whole thrill of just flying.
There's somebody amongst the crew who you've not met yet. Please spend some time having a little chat with them and get to know each other.
On the tarmac, Second Officer Adam Thompson carries out his visual inspection.
The purpose of the inspection is to make sure that there's no ground service vehicles that caused any damage. There's nothing leaking from any pipes it's not meant to be. In the engine, looking to see if there's been any scratches or dents on the fan blades, any indication that something's gone through the engine that shouldn't have, if they've had a bird strike perhaps or something like that on the previous sector. On the tyres, we're looking to see that there's no gashes or any problems at all with the tyres.
On every long-haul flight, each passenger has a story, and we're following 4 of them.
We're just a long-haul flight away from meeting 3 sisters.
Malcolm and Adelaide are about to board their first long-haul flight to meet the family they never knew they had.
What? Just can't wait. I've never seen them in real life. Can't believe it.
And young parents Daniel and Bethany are heading down under to see if they want to make Sydney their new home.
Daniel, Bethany and how do I say Iris? Oh.
We've got a lot planned. We've got a list written up of all the places we want to go and visit and different neighbourhoods we kind of want to see. And exciting, really, isn't it?
Back on the tarmac, Second Officer Adam Thompson checks the A380's huge wings, which are so large you could park 70 cars up there.
They only just fit, really, don't they? They do only just fit, yeah. It's quite common on such a large aircraft to have a ground service vehicle follow us, just to check the wingtips to make sure that we're all safe. You don't want to hit anything? Do not want to hit anything. How did it look? Looks very good. Good to go.
Back in Terminal 3, 28-year-old Australian Sean checks in.
Going home to surprise my mum for her 60th. She has no idea I'm coming.
While fellow Aussie Belinda is leaving fiancé Alice behind to return home after almost 4 years.
We're getting married soon. We're getting married soon. It's going to be okay. I love you.
Although for her, the 24-hour flight time is a little overwhelming.
I've done a lot of long-haul flights, so it's not like I'm new to the game. But I just find them rather horrendous, to be honest. Like, long.
I don't think anyone enjoys a long haul flight.
I know, but I don't know, I just dread it. And I think that's a part of that stopped me from going back all these years.
But Belinda's in for a surprise, as she's been upgraded.
It's actually business class, and actually I'm flying business class, which is crazy because I've never flown any kind of class except economy. How do you say it? Economy. Yeah, and I feel like I'm a little bit emotional, actually.
Off to the gate. Here we go. Where baby's doing really well. Baby Iris, say hello. Everyone wave.
Yay! And it's not just our human passengers that are about to go long haul. Every day, Qantas alone make 4,000 freight shipments. The two huge holds can carry up to 20 tons of freight. Although anything bigger than a suitcase is handled by the specialists.
I would say we're a big check-in for freight.
Just a few miles from Heathrow is Donata's bonded warehouse. A high-security, 24/7 cargo facility where they handle up to 450 tonnes a day.
We're open all the time, every day of the year, and it's very fast-paced. It comes in, it goes out. Anything from clothing to cars, live animals, absolutely anything. We had an armoured vehicle come in, customised, and had all leather seats in, fridges, so that was quite unusual.
The A380 can even carry its own spare engines, although at 10 tonnes apiece, it's a bit of a tight fit.
They'll go out this afternoon on a special vehicle. They direct load onto the aircraft, just squeezes in and out, but yeah, that's quite tight.
Today, it's not just jet engines and luxury cars that are going long haul, as two very important passengers arrive. Mitzi and Alfie are being relocated back to Australia, and a few days ago, it was time to say goodbye to Mum and Dad.
Come on. We're going to go. Quick, quick. We won't see them for about 12, 13 days, which is a long time for us. And Mitzi here suffers from a little bit of separation anxiety, so hopefully the flight's not too bad for them.
Go on, Pop. Good boy.
Good boy, good boy.
Just a little bit uncertain.
She probably thinks we're going with her.
She probably does, yeah.
She's probably going to get a surprise.
We're all going to go on a car ride.
That's right.
Yeah.
So she's all up for the ride. It's just
Yeah.
when she works out, we're not going.
Mitzi and Alfie are travelling with a specialised pet transport service, and they've just realised they're going alone.
I think they are. How you feeling?
See you soon.
freaking out.
See you soon.
But they're in safe hands, as the animals' welfare is top priority for all the airlines. Even before they fly, they get a thorough checkup.
Australia especially are super paranoid about importing infectious diseases, so that's parasites and other signs of contagious diseases. So I just work from head to toe, go through these guys and make sure they're all well, everything's healthy. Lovely clean ears. Super. Go through his coat, make sure there's no signs of ticks, fleas, anything like that hanging around. Make sure his cardiovascular system's up to the trip. You are good. We'll have a look at your sister. But I'm very happy with how things look with him. You worried you're coming on the table as well? I'm afraid you are. Pretty laid-back customer. Nice, steady heart rate. Nice, clear chest. Good. Good, good, good.
And it's not just domestic pets that travel long haul.
Every day of the year, you could be sitting there on a plane and below you don't realise there are literally half a dozen animals going from one place to another around the world. And it's not just cats and dogs, there's exotics as well on international breeding programmes from zoo to zoo. The largest animal I've moved by air is an Asian one-horned greater rhinoceros.
I
dare I say it, how do you move a rhino?
In a big box.
Today the dogs are accompanied by a few feline friends, so Mick has to be careful about who sits where.
We try and separate everyone. We've got some cats on the corner. We obviously face them away from the dogs, so they don't upset each other. But no, they all look quite happy this morning.
Although the holds on the aircraft are pressurised, they are not usually heated. But with outside temperatures at 40,000 feet of minus 50 degrees centigrade, today these guys will be well looked after.
They'll actually warm the compartment so it's comfortable for the animals. Their main concern is their welfare.
Mitzi and Alfie are just two of the 65,000 domestic pets carried by Qantas each year. A tiny fraction of the 100 million animals flown worldwide. Back at the airport, with just 60 minutes before departure, the catering trucks arrive. Specially built to reach the plane's 2 decks, the service team now has to replace 40,000 items, including 70 meal carts, 2,500 glasses, and 5,000 pieces of cutlery.
We continue to board our first-class customers through door C, our business class.
With 45 minutes to go, boarding begins. But delays on the roads around Heathrow mean getting the flight away on time could be a challenge.
As a consequence, we have late passengers and late crew. So everything that we did this morning was a little bit behind.
Yeah, a lot more to do.
As the crew rush to prep the plane, now even some of the checked-in passengers have gone walkabout.
Qantas, good morning.
Oh, orange juice, thank you.
11 passengers missing at the moment.
Where do they go?
This is the $1 million question.
But Inez is undeterred. For her, getting the flight away on time is a matter of pride.
The flight on time is when I watch those wheels move right on the dot. If that doesn't happen, then we fail everyone that has worked very hard to get all the passengers, all the crew, the aircraft at its destination. So yes, it would be, they would be disappointed in me if I didn't deliver.
With boarding about to close, most of the passengers have been found. But there's always one.
One Premium Economy, we're just trying to get a phone number. Okay. Thank you, bye. So, we are 20 minutes to departure, we're missing one passenger. And at minus 15 minutes, we start looking for their bags.
Next, will Inez avoid costly delays and get flight 002 away on time?
I sometimes say that waiting for the door to close ages me.
And a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jason Ng, and I'm your customer service manager.
At London's Heathrow, boarding of flight 002 to Sydney is almost complete, as the last passenger is rounded up.
We've located him, and it is a him, is it? Yes. And yes, so we should be all good to go.
Inez can now make sure the doors are all sealed.
We're just waiting for engineers to get off, and then once they're off, we can close.
I sometimes say that waiting for the door to close ages me. That is a very happy moment. I know it's a bit sort of obvious because I work here, but that is closing the door.
With the door sealed, the aero bridges retract, and flight 002 is pushed back for takeoff on time.
There she goes. And she slides away from us.
Qantas 2, clear to take off, 279, wind 22014.
Clearances confirmed.
Confirmed. Takeoff is one of the most critical phases of the flight. Captain Rod Duncan and his crew now accelerate the plane to 138 miles per hour.
We always only use as much thrust as we need. That just saves wear and tear on the engine. So it never seems to accelerate really quickly.
As the speed increases, the air pressure around the massive wings changes. Now air flowing over the wing has a lower pressure than the air flowing under it. With enough speed, the pressure difference begins to lift the aircraft into the air.
Once you get to that speed, if you have an engine failure or a major problem prior to that speed, you'll stop on the runway. And if you have an engine failure or problem after that speed, you'll sort it out in the air.
As the giant aircraft heads southeast, it's following the Kangaroo route, a 70-year-old air link between Australia and the mother country. The 11,000-mile trip crosses Europe, the Middle East and the Indian Ocean before arriving in Australia in just over a day's time. One epic journey that's a tiny fraction of the 6.28 billion long-haul miles flown each year.
Hi, so here I am in the business class section. I've just been given some champagne. Life is pretty good right now.
Unfortunately, baby Iris was sick on Bethany's shoulder, so not the greatest, but she's now fast asleep, so hopefully she can stay like that now for the rest of the flight.
Going so far.
In seat 70C, 65-year-old Malcolm has hardly ever flown before.
This is the first time I've ever flown long haul.
Oh my gosh, ever flown long haul? Wow. So what brings you to Australia?
Oh, well, what it was, one Friday night, me and my wife watching television, got a phone call, this woman on the phone, and she told me all my details and all that. She says, I'm your sister.
Oh my.
Plus, there's another two of us over here.
Oh wow.
So I've got three.
Malcolm's parents split up when he was just 3 months old. Until his sister, Alison, tracked him down in October 2016, he had no idea he had another family in Australia.
She said, they've been looking for me for 20 years. My dad's been looking for me for 40 years. Well, I just went then. I just completely went. Tears were rolling down my faces, both of us at either end. And it was five minutes before we started talking, and I just couldn't believe it.
Malcolm's father, David, had joined the thousands of £10 Poms who emigrated to Australia in the 1950s. Starting a new life, he had remarried and had 3 daughters.
I could imagine how you would be feeling after that phone call.
Oh,
really
yeah.
surreal and...
Oh, yeah. We were on the phone for at least an hour and a half that night. It was just... The nicest thing I found out was he's been looking for me for all these years. You don't know how that makes me feel. And obviously the first thing is, we've got to meet. I don't know what's going to happen when I see him at the other end.
Just think when you get off this plane, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm going to meet them all for the first time.
Malcolm's dad passed away in 1996, having never been reunited with his son. And now Malcolm's got a lifetime of catching up to do with his new family.
I'm never going to meet my dad in real life, but the next best thing is my 3 sisters. Fabulous.
Oh, I've got goosebumps everywhere. I'm actually tingling. It's so beautiful. That reminds me why this is my dream job.
As Flight 002 begins its track across mainland Europe, 11,000 miles away in Sydney, it's just one of 100 Qantas flights that is being tracked second by second in the Integrated Operations Centre, or IOC.
The IOC essentially is the nerve center to the airline. We provide information to all the aircraft that we have flying anywhere, anytime around the world. This system gives us a timeline of all the aircraft that we have at any given moment through their phase of flight. That information is updated as soon as an aircraft releases brakes, takes off, lands, or comes back to the terminal. Yeah, that's right. We might be diverting to Sydney, Qantas 94. A lot can vary in approximately 18 to 24 hours, be that weather information, engineering, medical assistance, security assistance. So we're always providing updates to those aircraft throughout the course of their journey. Okay, let me go and check with Maintenance Watch and I'll come back to you.
And this communication isn't just one way, as each A380 is equipped with hundreds of sensors which beam real-time data about the health of the plane and its engines across the globe.
Have a look at the telemetry from the aeroplane at this stage and we'll see if it's carrying any defects which may cause us an issue.
Although Flight 002 isn't reporting anything serious, it does have one or two minor niggles.
All aircraft carry some minor defects. It's like your car, the ashtray may be full or the window may not wind down properly or something like that. If it's a serious fault, there's other alerting from the engine manufacturers. They're being monitored. Also, Airbus themselves are monitoring our aircraft, and if they believe there's a serious issue, they can also send us some additional information.
If the engineers do spot a worrying problem, they can pick up the sat phone and talk directly to the pilots.
We have to be very mindful that we don't bother them during a critical phase of flight. So if they're just starting their flight, we won't call, and if they're just towards the end of the flight, definitely won't be calling.
Engineers like David are just one of the many unsung heroes of the long-haul flight.
One flight from London to Sydney could have anywhere from approximately 10 through to 50 people involved. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes that are making that aircraft get to where it's going. Without the IOC, the airline wouldn't function. You'd have aircraft in the air that wouldn't be able to get real-time information, be that mechanical, be that for weather, be that security or medical related situations, and as a result, they literally would be flying blind.
Which is exactly what used to happen when the pioneers of long-haul took to the skies nearly 80 years ago.
1938, and QEA, Qantas Empire Airways, operates the short C-class flying boats in modern luxury and comfort. And what's more, the trip only takes 9 days, which includes 70 hours of flying and 36 stops.
Essentially, long haul was a series of short hops, none of them longer than 200, maximum 300 miles. Between each hop, you would come down, the plane would be refueled. You had to be adventurous. There was a lot of forced landings. You had to be prepared more or less for anything.
There is even a demand for fishing lines at refueling stops, where both passengers and crew members can enjoy the relaxation of dropping a line over the side.
Back on board, our passengers won't need to be fishing for their dinner. As just 30 minutes into the flight, it's time to eat.
So would you have a fruit, please?
Of course you can. Just getting my fruit out.
Thank you very much.
There you are, my pleasure. Hello there.
Meal service is the busiest time for the 21 crew, and each one has their own specific role.
Depending on where we're seated for takeoff and landing, depends on what we're doing, either in the cabin or in the galley. So basically I'm taking the opportunity to get things ready for the dessert service now, while all the other cabin crew are out doing the bar service.
Today, Aaron is one of the 10 crew looking after the 64 passengers in business class.
Give the passengers a nice glass of wine with their meal, a small side salad where they get a choice of dressings, and then we start delivering entrees and main course.
With food and drink playing a crucial part of the long-haul experience, Each year, over 1 billion meals are dished up at 40,000 feet. Qantas alone serves 7.5 million on their long-haul flights. 400,000 in first class, 2 million in business, and 5 million in economy.
Everywhere in the world, at any minute of the day, there's a plane up there and we're serving a meal to somebody.
Neil Perry is one of Australia's best-known chefs. For 20 years, he's been putting the food he serves in his Rockpool restaurants into the sky.
It can be a massive risk putting your name on something you have no control over. Airline food's always had a bad rap, so when we got involved, the most important thing is we created sort of a number of cornerstones. So we said, what have the airlines always done? Well, they've flown really bad bread, so we have to have great bread. They've flown pretty poor cheese. Let's have beautiful ripe cheeses that are ready. Salad, not great. Let's do great salads. And then we'd roll dishes around that.
Today, all the food is prepared in huge catering centres. The 105 chefs at Alpha LSG in London produce 31,000 meals per day. In the premium cabins, each of the dishes must be dressed and plated the same way across every flight.
Just gotta be calm, collected, go along step by step. No, it's all good. There is pressure, but hey, you can't let the nerves get to you.
Serving restaurant-quality food is an idea that harks back to the pioneering days of aviation.
Feeling peckish? Well, here's a sample of our in-flight dining. Anyone care for le crustacé à la moselle? Très bien.
You'd have had a 7-course meal. You'd be served by a steward who'd be wearing a white jacket and a white cap, like a waiter in a fine restaurant, really. This was served the 14th of September, 1952. They started with lobster bisque, roast fillet of beef, fresh sliced peaches with kirsch, fresh double cream, martini cocktails, Grand Vin de Bourgogne, and biscuit de boucher. I'm sorry about my French accent, but you get the idea.
Creating the tricky dishes is one thing, but serving them is quite another, as in the air, both equipment and space are severely limited.
This is a real ballet, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit of a juggling act. Yeah, it's like, yeah, a bit of a circus trick, this one.
Yeah, it's like a waltz, like a dance. One moves one way and we move in and backwards and forwards.
You are all jammed in a small area. You have to be very comfortable on the aircraft with people in your personal space. You do learn very quickly how to manoeuvre around.
It's like we almost have eyes behind our heads because we sort of just like move away and we all just get out of each other's way. We can just sort of, you know, we never really collide anymore.
We're used to it. Yeah, we come to work knowing that it's going to be full and we're trained to work when it's full and, yeah, another day at the office.
Next, we'll take a sneaky peek at life below stairs as we inspect the crew's secret quarters.
There we go.
Flight 002 out of Heathrow is on its way to Sydney, Australia. As the world's only fully double-decker passenger plane, the A380's upper deck is mostly business class, while the lower deck is the main economy cabin. In row 81, Daniel and Bethany are enjoying a rare moment of calm.
I think this is the first meal Mummy's had without baby Eilish crying, saying, "Feed me first." So it's actually quite nice to do that, isn't it? The routine is whatever she wants, so when she's hungry, she will cry and she will ask for food. And when she's tired, she will sleep.
The young parents are preparing to move away from their families to start a new life in Sydney.
We're just kind of going to go out there and kind of research the area, look at the neighbourhoods, look at some houses, and just kind of look at what we potentially are letting ourselves in for in the future. We haven't got a clue what to expect. We could go there and we could hate it. We haven't got anyone nearby to help out. It's a big move for both of us, but I'm not scared because I know we're a good team.
Three hours into the flight, and with service over, for some of the crew, it's a chance to sneak a quick break.
Big hug. We just went to check on all our passengers, and our passengers are all good, aren't they?
Absolutely.
So we thought we'd reward ourselves all with a cheeky cup of tea, didn't we, girl?
Cheers.
So that's what we're doing now.
Beatrice has been flying for 9 years. For her, keeping the passengers happy is one of the things that keeps her in the air.
Thank you.
I'm a people pleaser to a certain degree, and that's what I really like, meeting the people and making them leave happy. And I think I could be sat in an office 9 to 5, looking until it's 4:30, and yeah, obviously there are some flights where I'm thinking, oh, I can't wait to get to the end of this flight, but then my reward is that I'm in Dubai for 24 hours or I'm in Australia for 3 days, so I don't really know what more you could wish for, really.
But all that excitement does come at a price.
So I'm just starting to get stuck into every cabin crew's favourite job, which is, as you can see, I've got my glove on, cleaning the toilets. So off I go. People tell you it's a glamorous job. I think they lied. So we just come and do this like every half an hour just to check everything's well and good in the toilet, and that there's some paper in there because no one likes going to the toilet with no paper. Give it a little spritz. Beautiful.
We have like a friendly family sort of atmosphere on board. Hello. We all go out together. I go to the beach. It's really nice.
I'm going to sit down and have my cup of tea and a biscuit.
It's the best part of this job, a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Life.
Today, the kangaroo route has a single stop of 90 minutes in the world's busiest airport, Dubai.
Welcome to Dubai.
Recrewed, refueled and recatered, the plane is ready for the longest leg of the flight, 14 hours to Sydney.
About to hop on the plane. Not much longer.
Back in the air, the crew are preparing for another meal service.
We have a little trick that we like to call, Grant, you know about Tom Cruise, don't you? When we talk about Tom Cruise on the aircraft, we're not talking about the famous movie star, are we?
We're certainly not.
We certainly are not. We are talking about tea and coffee. How do you put them on the trolley? Tea and coffee. So,
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise. There you go, fact of the day.
On the upper deck, in business class, Belinda settles in for lunch.
Miss Walston, you're joining us for something to eat?
Thank you so much.
This is her first experience in the premium cabin, and she's not yet used to the restaurant-like service.
So I'm serving a side salad with your meal, and I have a choice of dressings for you. I have aged balsamic, or I have a verjus.
What's a verjus?
Oh, funny you should ask.
And it's not just the food jargon she needs some help with.
Aaron's just been telling me about the lifestyle of a air hostess.
Flight attendant.
Flight attendant.
That's the old
So flight attendant.
Australian Belinda left home to pursue her dream as an actress and singer.
I think I underestimated how hard it would be setting up in London. It's not easy to come over with like 2 suitcases and that's all you have.
But she might have to get used to the high life, as things are on the up.
So we're getting married, legally married, which is a little bit different for if we were in Australia, but in the UK we can get married, which is incredible.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
So keep your eyes at the point that you're looking at, but just drop your nose down a little bit.
And she's also landed the role of Judy Garland in a new West End show.
I can't wait for my mum to see this. I don't think she'll quite believe it, but I think she'll be really proud of everything that I'm achieving over here.
Judy really is going to Oz, isn't she? Really?
Judy's going to Oz. She's going back to Oz. Yes, absolutely.
And Judy's travelling in style. The Qantas A380 has 64 business class seats. At up to 8 times the cost of an economy seat, This premium cabin is vital to the success of the airline.
What they're selling is exclusivity. It's that great sort of social cachet if you turn left at the top of the steps instead of turning right. For the airline, it's a question of economics. If you're a standard economy class traveller, they're not making much profit on you. In fact, they're hardly making anything at all. So, in a sense, those business travellers who are paying a great deal more are paying for the ordinary passengers like you and me.
We often see this cabin full on every flight, lots of business travellers or people that have saved up for a little while to take that trip of a lifetime. It's very exclusive with the sky beds that go fully flat. You can have privacy, there's these mid-seat dividers. It's all about service tailored to the customer. Oh, business class is the business, really.
It's not just the business class passengers who travel in comfort. In the forward hold, directly below first class, are the animals like Mitzi and Alfie. While it's not possible for owners to visit their pets in flight, if they're in the serenity of first class, they occasionally might hear them.
Sometimes you can actually hear the dogs chatting to each other and barking, which can be a little bit distracting. It's really interesting hearing those noises and thinking that your ears are playing tricks on you.
Cruising at almost 40,000 feet, the A380 is one of the most comfortable planes in the sky. Quiet and stable, it travels at more than 500 miles an hour, almost effortlessly through the thin, frigid atmosphere. But it wasn't always this way. The early long-haul passengers had to endure flying much lower in primitive, unpressurized planes.
OK, the good news about flying low, that's 8,000 or 9,000, maximum 10,000 feet, is you get a good view of what's down below. The pyramids, or the Taj Mahal, or the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The bad news is, because you're going through the weather, your stomach is being thrown all over the place, and up to 50% of people in pre-war flights were nauseous, they were queasy, and a great many of those were actually vomiting on the floor. And it's interesting that when the first stewardesses were introduced, they had to be qualified nurses.
No such problems today. As 10 hours into the flight, the lights dim for the passengers to get some rest. Although few of them realise that there is another secret compartment in the belly of the plane.
And welcome to our secret sleepover joint.
One big slumber party in here.
This is where the cabin crew go on their downtime. Naomi and Sarah have agreed to show us around.
So these are the bunk beds. There's 12 bunk beds.
Crew rest is the best thing on the aircraft. Hi guys.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome.
Hi
there. We are ready for a nap.
We might get 3 hours off and then we'll switch and then the next person will get the 3 hours off. Yeah, do a demonstration of how we get into the top bunk.
To bed then.
All cozy. And do you normally have a hot water bottle down here?
Normally, because it's freezing down here.
It can get quite cold. Right.
No.
Good night.
We get cosy, pillows, blankets, hot water bottles. You know, you're lucky you don't see us in our pyjamas, but we save that for down there. But yeah, it's just like a little cosy compartment underground.
And where's the Harry Potter bunk, Tim? Who gets the Harry Potter bunk?
Yeah, we do have one bunk, which we call the Harry Potter bunk, which is just under the stairs.
All right, let's go, Tim.
Very pretty. It's the easiest I've ever done it. Oh, good job.
I actually don't mind it because it's like someone's actually giving you a hug under there because it's like you've got a wall that's halfway through and you kind of just all, you know, cozy up in there and it's quite warm.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night. Nice and cozy.
It's not just the cabin crew getting some rest. Even pilots get a moment or two to enjoy the scenery.
There's a lot to see, and you've got your map so you know where you are, and you see some great sunrises, sunsets, good mountains.
In the economy cabin is 28-year-old Australian Sean. Living in the UK, he's been plotting with Dad to be the surprise guest at his mum's 60th birthday party.
So Mum's going to walk into the restaurant and all her good friends are going to be there, so that's going to be brilliant. And then the icing on top of the cake should be when you walk in.
Yeah, my mum's very emotional. I think when she sees me, she's probably going to scream, run and hug me, possibly even cry. I think she'll be very entertaining.
Sean's not the only one with secrets.
Sometimes I guess we do get a few weird requests, such as marriage proposals after they've had a few wines. You just make sure that they know that we're just there for their safety and the service. We're not, there for anything else.
Qantas 2 Super, hello to you.
Next, with just 1,000 miles to run, in Sydney, a whole army prepare to welcome Flight 002. With Flight 002 now just hours from Sydney, the international airport prepares to open after its overnight curfew.
Are you doing the to arrival as well? I'm not sure yet. Not sure, OK.
On board, the pilots make contact with the air traffic control.
Qantas 2 Super, hello to you. Qantas 2, turn right heading 020. Right heading 020, Qantas 2.
Air traffic control is pretty much a policeman of the skies. We make sure that the rules and procedures are followed and that separation standards aren't breached.
Keeping the planes apart takes a special kind of skill.
You need to be able to think fast on your feet. You need that spatial awareness. A lot of people think in two-dimensional, but we're thinking in three-dimensional, but we're also thinking four-dimensional at times because we've got speed involved as well.
Meanwhile, in the daily briefing at the IOC, it's the weather that's the worry.
Sydney, we are looking at storm potential staying quite likely within the next 2 hours at the airport, those storm cells hugging the coast. Whether or not there's going to be a tropical cyclone over the flight path of several flights becomes increasingly important to high passenger volume flights such as those that go to China, those that go to London. We are looking at storm cells to the northwest of port, and they are likely to move over.
Do you think they're fast moving though, Matt?
They're quite fast moving. We have some stuff to the southwest at the moment, but that should stay offshore. I'm just concerned that those things that are developing to the northwest.
While the worst of the storms are not yet over Sydney, the pilots prepare to land in some typically British weather.
I end up with some rain at the latter stage of the approach, so just stand by on the white.
In the cabin, as the dawn breaks, the crew prepare breakfast.
So as you can see, it's sunrise on the plane. I'm just going to go through and check on any passengers that might have woken up, just see if we can get them any drinks or anything like that.
The last service was hours ago, so I guess they're ready for their brekkie before they land.
What can we get for you? Sure, we can grab it for you now. A first order of cheeky James Bogues at sunrise.
Josh here is loading up the oven, doing a great job of being galley operator. And yeah, I've just got the card all ready and it's good to go.
Down in the crew quarters, the early morning alarm call is less welcome.
I've just come downstairs to do the worst job, which is waking everyone up from break. And everyone's still down here and they're not very happy.
It can give you a heart attack at the best of times. But, and then when that hand does come up, you're like, okay, and then you come up and you feel sorry for any passengers that do come across you in that process between going from the crew rest door to the toilet.
One of my favourite things during the flight is to see the crew that are coming back from break and how upset they look after coming back from break. Here's Edward. He's looking really happy.
Morning.
In the first class galley, Marissa is tackling a tricky dish. Fresh scrambled eggs cooked in a steam oven.
We've got to keep a close eye on it, constantly stir it, because if I take my eye off them, I either burn them or they go a bit dry, which we don't want.
Is there extra pressure being in the first class galley because of...
Oh yes, platinum passengers, little nerves. but all good.
Yeah, you set your watches to Sydney time. The time heading up Sydney is just 7:35 a.m.
Yeah, I'm just seeing where we are. We're just flying over Canberra now, I think. So, yeah, I think we touched down in like 36 minutes, which is really exciting.
Sean too is excited, having travelled 11,000 miles just to be his mother's very special birthday present, literally.
My plan is to get a box that's big enough to fit me, wrap it up in paper, maybe put a bow on it. I think when I leap out of the box, I think my mum's gonna scream, panic a little bit, and then once she realises whose it is, she'll probably give me a big hug, probably start crying. I think it'll be very entertaining.
Keeping the emotions in check is also going to be a challenge for Malcolm, who after 65 years is now just minutes away from meeting his long-lost family.
First time meeting him in the flesh.
Oh, his nerves will be going now.
Oh, my nerves are going. A bit emotional. A bit. A lot.
And it's not just Malcolm feeling the nerves, as at Sydney Airport, his welcoming party has arrived.
My two sisters are here with me, my partner, my daughter, my grandson and my nephew. We are so excited. Nerves, we've been chattering all the way down here. Yes, really excited. Can't wait to see him.
Qantas 2, turn right heading 125 to join final 16 right. And you are cleared the ILS DRM approach.
Right heading 125, join final 16 right, cleared the DRM approach 16 right.
With the runway in sight, the plane enters its most critical phase, landing. And the A380's massive size creates a huge amount of wake turbulence, or jet wash.
Wake turbulence is the unstable air that is produced from the wings and the body of the aircraft as it flies through the air. The wake turbulence hangs behind the aircraft for a period of time, and we put like an envelope around the aircraft. So we've got 1,000 feet below, and for a super, it's 6 nautical miles behind it. So we don't want anything in that envelope, otherwise they get buffeted around a lot. If you're quite close to the wake turbulence coming off the back of a super or a heavy, and you're in a light aircraft like a Cessna, it could flip the aircraft.
Qantas 2, wind 130 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16 right, cleared to land.
While the A380 can land automatically, usually this part is handled by the human pilots.
Right, visual. Standard procedures. Check.
1,000.
In tough conditions, they can be challenging. Crosswinds make it harder. Usually happens just in the last little bit. And at that stage, you nearly are always flying it manually.
500.
It's probably the most satisfying part. You will try and fly the airplane as efficiently as you can and do a good landing if possible. If you do, you basically feel satisfied that it was a good job.
It's landed. Oh my God, it's here. He's landed. Is he? Oh, wow. We're gonna see him in a minute. Oh wow. I'm so excited. How exciting. How exciting.
Malcolm is just moments away from coming face to face with his past. Flight 002 from London has just landed into Sydney International Airport, where a small army of service personnel are ready to welcome the plane.
How many baggage containers you got to take off? 4 more to go? You're going to use these ones here?
Ramp manager Sam Shannon oversees the offloading.
It's almost like a choreographed dance. We've got engineering staff that are overviewing the aircraft and looking for any damage that might have occurred in flight. We've got our ground service team that are offloading all the baggage and cargo. We'll also have catering come to the aircraft and start offloading all the rubbish from the inbound flight. Refuelers are also coming around to refuel the aircraft.
With the flight burning through over 300,000 litres of fuel, The plane has lost half its takeoff weight, although a little extra has been added.
Obviously, after such a long flight, with over 480 passengers, there's a lot of toilet waste. So this gentleman now is just taking it out of the aircraft and also flushing all the tanks in the aircraft to make sure they're all clean for the next flight.
So contrary to popular belief, you don't dump it in the air?
No, we don't dump it in the air, I can assure you of that.
Sam's team need to get all the passengers reunited with their 600 bags in less than 45 minutes. And for 3 special ladies, that can't happen soon enough.
It'll take them a little while to get through customs and then get their bags and stuff, so...
With all the passengers disembarked, the crew can finally clock off.
Bye, Jason.
But while it's goodbyes for the crew, Malcolm's 3 sisters are desperate to say hello.
Come on.
Finally, after what has literally been a lifetime, Malcolm arrives.
Here we go, where are they? You'll let them, do ya?
Oh, you're here.
Fantastic.
Finally.
Finally.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
I know. Oh, it's so good to see.
Fantastic. Can't believe it.
I know. It's so long.
I can't wait to tell him just about our dad, what he was like growing up. It's a little bit bittersweet, sort of. We don't want to tell him too much. I don't want to think he's missed out on everything, but he just wants to hear about everything that we shared with Dad.
Oh. Great to find them. I mean, 65, the only one. 4 months ago. Now I've got 3 sisters.
How lucky are you?
Oh, lucky me.
Yeah.
You're here! Yay!
With the plane due to be back in the air in just 7 hours, there is just enough time for some regular maintenance.
The tug has now grabbed it, closed its jaws, and we're elevating the aircraft up so it's pivoting on its landing gear. The dead weight of this aircraft at the moment, possibly about 300 odd tonne. We're going to follow the A380 line out just to keep these wing tips clear from all surrounding aircrafts all around us. It's that big, you can have an accident. You could hit a wing on something, so you must concentrate on having it onto the centre of those lines.
With the engineering hangar on the opposite side of the airport, Louis must tow the 73-metre-long aircraft across a live runway, and quickly.
We're going to have to go. We've been cleared, we've got lights illuminated. There's an aircraft coming in and it's on its final approach, so we have to move. That aircraft's pretty close. What's coming in now?
Well done, Louis.
Here we go.
This 7-storey hangar was specially converted to accommodate the giant A380. And even then, it only just fits.
The aircraft is very high and was a great challenge for us. A lot of the equipment that we need to do a job at normal human level has to be elevated to those heights. It's not just getting the people there, it's getting some of the specialised tooling there as well.
One of the regular jobs is to give the giant plane a good scrub.
You wet the aircraft and you'll apply the foam over the aircraft, scrub it off, rinse it off.
So how do they get dirty? I mean, they're flying in the air.
Bugs, moths, the rubber coming off the tyres, hitting the back of the aircraft. exhaust fumes, hydraulic leaks, all sorts of various ways they can get dirty.
And all this effort is not just for show.
Obviously, for our customers to look at a bright and shiny aeroplane is very nice. However, there's a hidden agenda there in fuel burn. I mean, a clean aeroplane, their fuel burn is significantly reduced.
While our plane is being readied for its next trip, Belinda has finally made it home.
Australia has a smell, this sort of fresh grass kind of smell. It's just like, I can't explain it. It's quite comforting. It's very emotional coming back to an old life that I used to have, you know? But it's also just so nice to be able to see Mum.
Yvonne's delighted that Belinda's musical theatre career is taking off at last.
Very proud of her. Finally, she's going to be considered a professional and getting paid. And that's yes.
I've been paid before, though, Mum, for
yeah, but not like West End theatre as well.
West End is definitely a first for me, definitely.
It's not just Belinda that's happy to be home. Next, the rest of the passengers have their own emotional reunions.
You found a great spot for him anyway.
So we're in Sydney now, and we're just off to our first destination, Coogee.
The Kangaroo route is just one of the thousands of long-haul flights that deliver passengers around the world. As each day, tens of thousands of travellers begin their own journeys.
We've got a beautiful view behind us of Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Opera House.
For Daniel and Bethany, their journey is just getting started as they scope out a possible future in Sydney.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Let's have a look around. So we've got a lovely open plan kitchen, lounge, dining. Bedrooms just to your left here.
Oh, the mirror's sold us straight away.
And waking up to that every morning.
Oh, wow, yes. Fell in love with the apartment, to be honest with you. It's perfectly located. That balcony in the mornings, having a cup of coffee or having some breakfast, it's really settled our nerves. Yeah. Kind of coming out here and seeing how beautiful Sydney is. We're looking forward to it. My nan summed it up. She said, it'll break my heart to see you go, but at the same time, it's the best thing for you. And if my grandpa was still alive, he'd be proud of us for moving out here. Because this is a big step, but she knows that for our future, this is the best move for us. And this is where our future lies.
While Daniel and Bethany look to the future, for Mitzi and Alfie, after 10 days in quarantine, it's a case of home at last.
I just got off the phone with your parents. They're very excited to see you.
I got them out at the airport in Sydney just to stretch their legs, chance to go to the toilet, and both of their body languages were fantastic. They handled the flight really well. They're both happy and obviously glad to be on the ground.
Come on.
It's Mommy! Daddy!
While the dogs settle in at home, back at the airport, the countdown is on to get the next long-haul flight out on time.
And the crew will do the emergency equipment security check call back in about 1 minute's time once they're heading towards your doors. Thanks, everyone.
We have 1 minute before callbacks, and then about 10 minutes before passengers board.
But the crew aren't the only ones on a countdown.
It's good to be back in Sydney.
As Sean and his brother put the final touches to his mum's ultimate birthday surprise.
This is my brother Mark. Just picked me up in Manly. Plan is to cover this box
I'm going to put a couple of eyes on it and so I've got a couple of peepholes. There's already some cutouts on the side, so as she goes to open the box, I'm going to pop my arms out. It's not going to be neat, but it will do.
Sean takes up his position as Mum is due at any moment.
Oh, they're coming. We're going to hear some yells any second now.
He's not the only one undercover. We've told Mum that our camera crew are making a promotional film for the restaurant.
Shaking. I'm gobsmacked. It's a dream come true. In my head, I'm thinking, oh, to meet Sean, wouldn't that be wonderful? But it won't happen. It's happened. Oh my God.
So tranquil, isn't it? I think we're supposed to do. Yeah? We're down here now, aren't we?
North of Sydney, Malcolm is having a very different family reunion.
You show me the way. Hiya, Dad. We're all here.
I told you I found your boy.
Yeah, 65 years ago.
Yep.
Here we go again. Thank you. It's been totally emotional since I've been here. Finding you three and my dad's grave. You can't explain it. Fabulous. Turned my world right around.
I'm sure he had something to do with it.
Oh yeah. He's probably sorted it out. Yeah, sorted it out, yeah.
In just a few months, the first non-stop 19-hour flight from the UK to Australia will begin. A technological leap forward that will further shrink our world. Yet while another long-haul milestone will be achieved, the spirit and romance of long-distance travel remains. As each year, long-haul flights transport millions of people, billions of miles, to reconnect those who are half the world away.
Even though we've been doing it now for half a century, there's sort of certain magic about long haul, which you can't equal with a short-haul hop of 90 minutes. In a sense, long haul is what aviation is really about.
This is Dad on his journey over here.
Wow. I've never seen that one before.
No.
That's going up on bedroom beside Elvis.
Around the world, a new breed of holiday destination is on the rise.
Having a great time at Baha Mar!
Huge hotel complexes built to satisfy every possible desire.
As long as it's not illegal or immoral, your butlers will take care of it for you.
Whether you're a happy family or a high-stakes gambler.
This is $2 million.
A mega resort wants to sell you the holiday of a lifetime.
I love the way they smell.
With exclusive behind-the-scenes access to one of the world's biggest and best, we'll see what it takes to create 5-star luxury on an epic scale.
We're going to go through 60,000, 4,000 a year.
The remarkable technology.
There's another drink. Voila!
Monster machinery.
One of these killer plants costs about $480,000. And we have 7 of them.
And thousands of people working 24/7 every week of the year.
I like it when it's busy. Busy means business.
These are the secrets of the mega resort. The Bahamas, a chain of 700 tropical islands off the coast of Florida. It's a dream destination for many and a key player in the £7.1 trillion worldwide tourism industry. But with people willing to cross the globe for a holiday, the competition has never been greater. So resorts here and everywhere are upping their game by getting bigger, much bigger. Welcome to Baha Mar, a mega resort that opened in 2017. It covers 1,000 acres and cost £3.4 billion to build.
Here we are at Baha Mar, getting ready to go out to the pool for the day. Here are my little friends in the koi pond.
But what exactly is a mega resort? It's a 5-star holiday park for around 7,000 guests. Everything is deliberately designed so that as soon as they arrive, they never have to leave. Fancy a bite? Try one of the 40 restaurants and bars. Want to take a swim? There are 11 different pools. Or just relax on the 2,000 deck chairs along the beach. Are the kids feeling bored? How about a trip to the resort's private wildlife park?
That is her way of saying welcome to the sanctuary and welcome to the Bahamas.
And when the kids have gone to bed, the adults can spend their hard-earned money in the biggest casino in the Caribbean.
5 or 15.
Mama got
6 or 16. And I would. There you go.
Of course, all those people need a place to stay. So there's a cityscape of hotel tower blocks with 2,300 rooms. At the top of the luxury scale is the Rosewood, where the lobby is filled with a specially designed fragrance, meant to make everyone feel at ease. 2-bedroom suites here cost more than £3,000 a night.
This is our Rosewood suite. This is one of our signature suites.
It has a private terrace with a jacuzzi and an ocean view. And every suite in this hotel has its own butler.
We have our state-of-the-art kitchen and entrance for the butler service as well in the back. We want to be refined yet not pretentious at all, so we can create that relationship with all of our guests. I think in that way we can create memories that will last forever.
To keep this machine running around the clock, it takes an army of 5,000 staff. They have their own city within a city, centered on a 500-meter-long corridor running through the resort's lower level, called the I-95. Nicknamed after America's main East Coast highway, it's how anything and everything moves from A to B, unseen by guests. This is a giant backstage world of storerooms and workshops, kitchens and canteens. It's also where thousands of employees begin their day. To make sure they're all at work on time, the resort has its own bus fleet. Around the clock, rain or shine, they ferry staff in from across the island. The biggest team starting work each morning are the 210 Grand Hyatt housekeepers.
We have 1,457 rooms occupied today. We clean a lot of rooms. Good morning, everyone.
It's a Herculean task, and manager Kendrick relies on some special inspiration to get the job done.
1, 2, 3. Fill my cup and let it overflow. Fill it up. Fill my cup and let it overflow. Fill it up. Fill my cup and let it overflow. Let it overflow with us. Amazing grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. That saved a wretch. Saved a wretch like me one day. I was what? I was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind. I was blind, but now I see. Good job, guys. Have a great day, guys. One day I was preparing the praise shift like normal, and we had over 1,000 and something rooms being departed. So right there and then I was like, oh my God, these people are going to die because it's a lot of work. And I was trying to figure out what I can do to kind of build up the morale, make the day go smoother. And it just came to mind to do a song. And they loved it, so I just run with it ever since because it gave them a boost of energy.
Before they go upstairs, each housekeeper receives room assignments via touchscreen, armed with the Hotel Service Optimization System, or HOTSOS for short.
Once they log into the hot sauce device, the rooms that we assign in the morning, it will go directly to them.
With a touchscreen in their pockets and a song in their hearts, the team fan out across the two curving towers. As guests leave their rooms for breakfast on the terrace or a day at the pool, their housekeepers discreetly slip in.
Good day, housekeeping.
The ladies have a section where they are responsible for a certain amount of rooms, and any given day we're not sure exactly how bad the room is going to be or how good the room is going to be. And it could possibly be 7 really dirty rooms.
The whole cleaning routine is designed for maximum efficiency, right down to the sheets. Every room has 6 separate sets, constantly moving between the off-site laundry, store cupboards hidden on each floor, and the beds, more than 10,000 sets in total. Most guests are blissfully unaware of all this hard work, as they amuse themselves with everything from shopping to water sports. And for those who really want to push the boat out, there's even a private island for hire.
There is Baha Mar, and here is what they set up for us on the private Long Cay beach. Wow.
Cheers! Cheers!
By 3 p.m, 500 new guests start to arrive for their own dream holidays.
Housekeeping!
But no one can set foot in their rooms without Kendrick's seal of approval.
The only thing that a guest calls their own when they're at the hotel is my room. They don't go to the front desk and say, this is my front desk. They don't go to a restaurant and say, this is my restaurant. But they do say, my room. So we wanted to make sure that experience for them feels genuine, it feels authentic. They get that feeling that it belongs to them and them only.
One room down, 1,456 to go. And that's just one of the 3 hotels on site. Next, the security team sniff out trouble.
Good boy, Zook. Come on.
The party gets going at the adults-only pool, and mega-rich gamblers get a taste of the ultimate mega-resort lifestyle.
Welcome to the Presidential Suite.
The Baha Mar Mega Resort, a 2,300-room hotel complex in the Bahamas. This is one of a fast-growing breed of 5-star holiday destinations, targeting a global audience. Attracting travelers from around the world means providing world-class service, on an unparalleled scale. A golf course designed by the legendary Jack Nicklaus. A convention centre that doubles as the country's biggest art gallery, with a grand ballroom big enough to host basketball tournaments. And behind the real tropical beach, there's a pool laid out as a fantasy tropical paradise, with cliff jumps, waterfalls, and an aquarium full of Caribbean wildlife. Working on this kind of scale means no one is ever denied their place in the sun, whether they're here for a relaxing break or a 24-hour party.
This is Privilege Pool. This is the adult pool at Baha Mar. It's kind of like a nightclub, but during the day with a few less clothes.
The centerpiece of an afternoon at Privilege are the champagne guns, when a team of hostesses spray down the crowd with 6 magnums of ice-cold bubbly.
I'm really big on making sure that we give that ultimate experience to the person that's spending $300 at a chair to someone that is spending $10,000 at a villa.
Just for the privilege of sitting poolside here, clubbers must run up a sizable tab on food and drink.
Day beds will range 500 to 800 depending on the size of bed you're looking to get. These pergolas are around $2,000 food and beverage, and then the grand cabanas are $3,500. You have the 5 lounge chairs on the outside, private bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, flat screen TV. You have everything in there.
For those seeking the ultimate luxury experience, the Mega Resort is here to help. Guests can be chauffeured around the island in the resort's own fleet of high-end cars. These include 4 Tesla Model S's, or for extra special visitors, a Bentley Bentayga. Or how about a VIP stay in the Reserve, a secluded hotel within a hotel, with a separate private entrance.
Welcome, ma'am. It's so nice to have you with us. Let me get the door for you.
The man who tends to reserve guests every week is head butler, Vincent Saunders.
Once you book a suite here at the Reserve, you automatically get 24-hour butler service. Whatever they need, they give us a call and we'll take care of it for them. You know, anything that you want, as long as it's not illegal or immoral, your butlers will take care of it for you. We have cookies and chocolates. We have a chef on property that bakes these fresh every day for the Reserve. Would you like to try one? It's very nice. I've eaten a lot of them, just look at me. So you should try one.
From the private lounge, VIPs take a bank of private lifts to the top 8 floors of the curving East Tower. The smallest room here is a 1-bed suite. The largest is the presidential suite.
Fun fact before we go in, the first guest to stay in the suite is Sir Richard Branson. So it's my favorite, and you'll see why. Welcome to the presidential suite.
This one hotel room is more than 4 times the size of the average British house.
It's just over 4,000 square foot. We have 7 balconies all overlooking the beautiful turquoise Bahamian water. It's just an amazing room. Over here, we have the media room. A lot of families, they come in and they put the kids in the media room and they have their privacy. They close this up and they forget about their kids. We have 3 bedrooms spread out over 2 floors. Each of them comes with its own ensuite. Here we have a Roman tub for any romantic encounters that the butlers may have in store for their guests.
One of the many surprises the presidential suite has in store is that it's not available to book. Ever.
You would have to be an invited guest of the casino to stay here. You can call up. It is not on the website. It's exclusively for our high-end casino clients.
And most surprising of all, many of those invited to stay here are given this suite for free. Welcome to the world of the high rollers. Ultra-rich gamblers who are willing to bet millions in a single night. The resort wants them to wager it here, the largest casino in the Caribbean. More than 9,000 square meters of gambling, with 120 tables.
Yo, 11.
For dice, cards,
18.
or roulette. And 1,100 slot machines. The job of luring these coveted players to the Bahamas falls to a team of casino hosts, like Keith Miller. He has a jaw-dropping array of perks at his disposal.
It goes all the way up to sending our private jet. Wherever you are, we can come and pick you up. Or arranging a trip on our 215-foot yacht, I can assist with that. The range is incredible, and I just try my best to make sure that people are happy.
In return, Keith asks his clients to do just one simple thing: gamble vast sums of money. And he doesn't even mind if they win.
And it's fun to win. A lot of people win, and I've seen huge smiles walking out of here with a lot of cash.
That cash mostly changes hands in a special private casino.
These are private gaming salons that we have for our ultra VIP clients. This is a standard gaming room set up with a regular blackjack table, but we can change it out to baccarat, craps table, roulette wheel, whatever you want in here, we can facilitate. This is for our highest tier of gamer. It's not just everybody can come in here, it's meant to be exclusive, and normally that comes with a certain price point.
And can you explain what the price point is?
VIP. Very VIP.
High rollers have been known to wager hundreds of thousands of pounds on a single hand of cards. And the casino helps facilitate these huge bets with extra high-value gambling chips, some of which come with their own security escort.
These are $100,000 chips. And there's a stack of it, just $2 million. It's just chips to me. It's the same as the regular $1 chips. If you actually think in terms of money, you're gonna freak yourself out. So just keep in mind, it's just a chip.
Hosting high rollers can seriously boost business. But there's another way the casino is upping its game. Baha Mar's billionaire Hong Kong-based owners have made a fortune serving Chinese gamblers around the world. Now they want to lure them here. So they've added certain subtle touches. Red carpets woven with Chinese good luck symbols. Artwork in the shape of an 8, a Chinese lucky number. And a Chinese restaurant with a doubly lucky 88 seats and 88 dishes on the menu. There's even a fountain that catches fire, meant to create better feng shui for gambling. It's all part of a bigger strategy to tempt people into having a flutter.
Let's go.
7 or 11.
Let's go, Nessa. 5. We will right back, 2, 3. That's my
This giant room sits at the very heart of the resort, operating 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And almost everyone will pass through it several times every day. In fact, the entire property is designed so that all roads lead to the casino. The vast array of games means no one is denied a chance to win or lose.
We won all kinds of money. It's my first game and I did better than I thought I would.
With so much money floating around, the casino needs a sophisticated security system to protect it all. Watching every table from several different angles is a vast CCTV network known as the eye in the sky. The exact number and position of the cameras is a closely guarded secret.
They're there to observe and to help to ensure the integrity of the games as well. But other than that, we can't disclose too much of what they're doing. But know that they're there to protect us and to look out for us all.
And it's not just the casino that needs security. Between the high-end boutiques, the VIP clients, the expensive cars, and the sheer number of people milling around, the whole resort needs top-quality protection.
The biggest thing that we do and the thing that we worry about is really the guest experience. When people come to the Bahamas, they don't want to think about security. When you go on vacation or holiday, you don't want to think about, is the place secure? Normal people don't have that in their head. So our job is to make the place feel secure, but also not feel like you walked into Fort Knox.
But subtle as it may be, security here is serious business. So serious, the resort employs an unusual team of specialists that few hotels can manage. 5 sniffer dogs, trained to look for either drugs or explosives.
Anytime a dignitary or someone from government comes, we have our dogs sweep the areas that they're going to be in to make sure that we don't have any trouble. And then our narcotics dogs, obviously, narcotics.
The newest recruit is Teo, a 2-year-old golden retriever.
Hey, boy. What's this? You're working every day with a best friend. That's how it feels. And he's a happy dog. We have the same personality, and he just brightens my day. I'm brightening the day of everybody around him.
Next, the animal antics continue at the wildlife park. Guests splash out on a close encounter. And the mega resort stocks up on a few essentials.
We go through approximately 500,000 paper towels in a month. Kind of crazy.
Being a 5-star mega resort means offering things that no other holiday destination can match. Of course, there's swimming, sports, 24-hour-a-day gambling, and dozens of places to eat. On top of all that, this resort has something fairly unusual. Its own animal collection for guests to enjoy. From 44 tropical birds that will feed from your hand, to a school of sharks that could easily take off a finger. But the stars of the animal show are, without question, the flamingos on parade.
It's definitely what makes us unique, for sure.
These 4 flamingos were all born right here at the mega resort. Over the last year, Chief Flamingo Officer Stacey Spurlock and her team have been hand-rearing them.
Whenever you're raising long-legged birds, it's very important through that developmental stage that you exercise them. Woohoo!
Now they see humans as part of the flock.
As you can see, they're not following, they're leading. Welcome to our flamingo parade. How awesome is this? These are the Caribbean flamingos. They are the national bird of the Bahamas.
This is my first real vacation, and I get to spend it with some flamingos, and they're beautiful.
Back at the resort's specially built habitat, there are another 18 birds on display 24/7, always ready for a quick selfie. But because the 4 roving flamingo ambassadors might possibly follow a guest to the pool, they live out of public view in a special enclosure.
I love the way they smell. It's a very powdery, fishy smell, and it's just a comfort to me, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. I know, you're like, that's not a good smell, Stacy. You're weird. You're weird. I am weird. Be my baby girl. When I'm having a rough chief flamingo officer day, doing all paperwork and all the other managerial stuff, and I need a little bit of therapy, I just come right out here and play with my girl. Get some loving. I don't love you. No, that's what I think of you. If you get pooped on by a flamingo, you might have some good luck there.
But Stacy is not the only one who interacts with semi-wild animals on a daily basis. Guests can book their own close encounters with some scary-looking marine predators in the sanctuary, the resort's 662,000-litre aquarium. The residents include 8 nurse sharks who swim around groups of carefully coached volunteers, 12 rays who will swim straight over their laps, and 5 green sea turtles who always seem keen for a spot of lettuce. These encounters often include a chat with the resort's chief scientist, Vanessa Benjamin.
You know these are endangered, right? They eat jellyfish, and if you have a plastic bag floating in the water, it looks just like a jellyfish to them. And so they eat it, and so be careful where you dispose of your trash.
Over at the touch tank, Vanessa has her own Bahamian cultural icon to show guests.
Okay.
A giant sea snail called a conch.
So here we have the mouth in the middle, the eyes on the end, and then this is the giant foot. This here is what we call an operculum that they use to crawl along and dig their way in the sand.
And the chief scientist is running a real scientific study by collecting their poo.
We would try to collect some to understand microplastics in conch and understand their diet and what they're eating, because plastic pollution is a major threat for our oceans in general. And so we're part of a Caribbean-wide study.
To maintain this state-of-the-art facility, the resort employs a specialist team led by Dirk Westfall. They tackle a bewildering array of jobs, from cleaning the aquarium while the animals are still in it, to trimming stingray barbs like fingernails so guests don't get a nasty surprise. And behind the scenes, they manage a filtration plant that processes 2,400 litres of seawater a minute.
These are our 3 foam fractionators, or protein skimmers. They take air and inject it into the salt water that's going through the filtration system. It's the same thing that you see in the ocean. When you see large amounts of foam on the beach, that's the organics that are in the water that are coming out. It's the same process. We use that natural process to clean our water.
But where does all that seawater come from? Surprisingly, it's not from the sea, but from a salty well 250 metres below the island. This adds another layer of filtration as water seeps from the ocean through layers of rock and sand. It's pumped from here to the main aquarium, and also to 4 isolation tanks that serve as a quarantine area and on-site veterinary hospital.
These are some of our new arrivals. Queen angels here, which are the yellow and blue, and our 2 new puffers, which have a lot of personality. And we also have a yellow ray who came to us, and she has just recently given birth to little pups. Once they reach adulthood, we'll use them as animal ambassadors in our touch pool.
This room also has another purpose, one that Dirk will hopefully never need to rely on.
Every building on this campus has been built to withstand hurricanes. If there is a severe storm, we'll bring the animals here so that they're safe. This room is solid concrete walls. There's probably very little that will actually blow through it.
These provisions are necessary Because in this part of the world, tropical storms are a fact of life. And even mega resorts are not immune to the weather. Between June and November each year, the staff stand ready for the worst.
The hotel is prepared. We always prepare for hurricane. We actually have a hurricane storeroom. We try to get prepared, ready to go. First aid, batteries, flashlights, generators, pumps, ropes, anything to do with safety.
Having a room stocked with emergency supplies is just one part of a grand plan. Every door and window is built to withstand winds of up to 180 miles per hour. The resort's ground floor is not actually on the ground. It's raised 6 meters in the air to prevent flooding. Accessed by a discrete network of bridges, escalators and stairways. And there's one final line of defense. Underneath the holidaymakers playing on the beach, there's a 4.5 meter concrete retaining wall that stops the resort's foundations being washed away by a violent storm surge.
If there was a hurricane, or a hurricane was to come here, I wouldn't want to be on the top floors. I'd want to be down lower. But other than that, I think the property is fully capable of handling a hurricane if we was to have one.
Even when hurricanes aren't threatening the resort, there's a continuous stream of problems to tackle. From constantly keeping the paint fresh to daily equipment breakdowns. And because it's impossible to find specialist spares on a small tropical island, Sean keeps an Aladdin's cave of replacement parts, including one room with nothing but light bulbs.
And basically everything is LED, which means it lasts longer, burn less energy, and more expensive.
Do you know how many actual light bulbs there are in this whole property?
No, I don't think I can give you a quite actual number, but I know it's millions. I think we in the millions of light bulbs on this property.
And when one of those millions of bulbs burns out, Sean has to do his own recycling.
This machine is what you call a bulb eater. It actually eats the bulb. It's ready to go. It's started up, and we drop it in. It actually, see what's going on? It's actually pulling the bulb. So it pulls it in, and it's gone. Quick as that. The vapors and the gases goes into a filtration system, and then the glass goes to the bottom here, and once it's full, glass is used for recycling.
So how does a place like this get all the supplies it needs? It all starts with this man, Patrick Cluck.
What is my job? Mine is basically, I'm the one who decides when, how, and where we're going to be buying things from. And the logistics for everything you see coming in comes through my office as well.
3 days a week, a ship docks here from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with at least 10 shipping containers, exclusively for Baha Mar.
Oh, this is our lifeline. 98% of everything we buy for the resort comes in this way. If a container ship doesn't come in one day, we actually have enough to take care of that. If we went into a 2-day or 3-day where we have tropical storms and those kind of things and the vessels can't sail, you know, all of a sudden it has a very quick trickle-down effect. It can be critical because all of a sudden the waiter's sitting there and he has to explain to a guest that he doesn't have the fish or he doesn't have the blueberries that she wanted to order. And then the guest sits there and says, well, why am I at Baha Mar? This is supposed to be the best.
Perishable items are driven straight to the resort and often served to guests that very night. But for goods with a longer shelf life, Patrick creates a vital buffer of backstock by squirreling them away in warehouses.
Here, mostly what we have are things that turn over in a rapid pace. So in other words, things are in here, will stay here for maybe a week to 2 weeks. Otherwise, it's being sent over to the hotel for use. Right here actually is a shipment that we got in of water. Actually, it came straight over to us from Europe, actually from Hampshire, England. So we have both the still and the sparkling. We bring this in solely for our Rosewood guests. Currently we have 36 pallets and there's 48 cases of water on every pallet.
That's 1 month's supply for just the smallest of the resort's 3 hotels. And once it's all been drunk, there'll be quite a few trips to the loo.
This is toilet paper, you know, things that are you just gotta have, right? You know, so nothing fancy. We have paper towels, some more paper towels. We go through approximately 500,000 paper towels in a month. Kind of crazy.
Because almost nothing is available locally, every conceivable eventuality is covered. A 5-star hotel room can never have a broken telly, so Patrick has 150 spares on hand, as well as 10,000 replacement pool towels.
We're probably going to go through somewhere between 55 and 60,000 pool towels in a year. So it's quite a few pool towels.
One warehouse contains nothing except spare hotel furniture and roll after roll of the specially commissioned casino carpet. But there's one thing Patrick never has to worry about storing for long: food. From 8 in the morning until 7 at night, a constant stream of provisions flows from the loading dock to the 40 restaurants and bars. And from there, to the guests in one of the 15,000 meals prepared here every day. Next, drinks are served at the Mega Resort. One chef cooks up a 5-star mega meal.
This is a 50-ounce Wagyu tomahawk. This is $265 on the menu right now.
And thousands of staff get suited and booted.
I like the cocktail dresses because they're sexy. The cocktail dresses are sexy. I'm not a t-shirt kind of a girl.
Like any self-respecting 5-star destination, the £3.4 billion Baha Mar mega resort has plenty of luxury amenities, like a spa with 24 treatment rooms. It's run by a British company, and they brought in Dawn Holder from Rochdale to oversee it.
Welcome to Spa. This is our Vita Jewel. In the center in the vial is actual crystals. It infuses the water with vibrations. The remineralized water then enters your body, and then it gives off the health benefits depending on the stone that's inside the vial. We have the happiness vial in here at the moment. We also have a lunar vial, and we have a vitality vial also.
But this being a mega resort, one spa isn't enough. Dawn has 2 spas. One upstairs for the guests and another downstairs, offering treatments for the staff.
We offer from nail services to back, neck and shoulder massages to facials, and we even have barber services.
Does it cost as much to go down there as it does to come up here?
No. It's very, very, very competitive.
The employee spa is just one shop in a virtual high street below stairs. Staff rarely have the time to leave the resort for personal business, so the resort brings the business to them. But there's one thing that you won't find in many town centres: a laundry service on steroids.
This is a uniform room. We have 9 conveyors, A through I. Each conveyor holds 300 to 750 slots, and each slot holds anywhere from 6 garments to 12 garments, depending on how many pieces that position holds. When our associates come to work in the morning, they bring their ID to one of the conveyor doors where they'll swipe their badge, the conveyor will go around and it will stop on their slot. It literally only takes you 30 seconds or so to get your uniform and get on your way.
I love it. This way I don't have to do this at home. Come to work and it's all ready. And I'm off to change. Would you like to come? No? Okay.
In total, the resort has more than 75,000 separate items of clothing in circulation.
Got about $4.7 million in inventory. Some of the more interesting uniforms, of course, is our cocktail uniform. Always a fun one.
For Bridget, having improperly dressed employees is simply not an option. So the resort cleans their clothes for them, handling up to 3,000 pieces of laundry a day. All tracked around their system by electronic tags sewn into each garment.
The laundry will collect these soiled uniforms, take it to their laundry plant for processing. After 24 hours, the clean uniforms are delivered back to the uniform room. And it starts all over again.
Add in sheets, towels and dressing gowns from 2,500 guest rooms, the laundry list runs into the tens of thousands of items every single day.
We just received 6 racks from the laundry. Each Z-rack holds 80 garments, sometimes 79. Someone was feeling a bit lazy and forgot to hang one. I like the cocktail dresses because they're sexy. The cocktail dresses are sexy. I'm not a t-shirt kind of a girl.
As soon as employees look the part, they're dispatched to their station. And every station has its own unique look. 275 different ones in all. From polo-shirted beach attendants to a formal bar that's all about smoke and mirrors. Literally.
So we're making the smoke old fashioned using Woodford Reserve bourbon. Right now I'm gonna smoke the apple wood chips. So we smoke the jar. Once this is done, I'm gonna pour the drink inside. That's how we get that smoke flavor. We do our own infusions here. Island Bliss, for example, we infuse it with watermelon and rosemary. And we also have another one called Crimson Pixie, which is tequila, infused with jalapeno. And then we have another one with mango and jalapeno. And we have another one with pineapple and cilantro.
While Leslie is busy presenting a smooth service to his guests upstairs.
There you have it, smoked old fashioned.
Executive chef Thomas Grease is downstairs, getting a feel for tonight's dinner.
It looks like our order just came in from Chicago. This is great, the muscle's still tight. 15, 20 steaks per box 3 times. It's a lot of steaks, upwards of probably 1,000 plus.
Most restaurants would order meat pre-cut into steaks. At the Mega Resort, that's just not good enough. They have to be cut right here in the specially built butcher shop by Thomas's hand-picked master butcher.
This is our bandsaw that we do our fabrication on. And again, we're gonna get about 5, 6 porterhouses out of this one. I'm gonna let Joseph, because this is his forte. Joseph is making sure that we're fabricating to the right spec. That's a top quality steak, better than anything else in the world. By the end of the night, this steak will be cooked, and hopefully somebody will be really happy.
All this meat is destined for one restaurant, Carno, a steakhouse owned by Dario Cecchini, the world's most famous butcher.
The special tonight is going to be your heirloom tomato salad with California walnuts, a little bit of the Gorgonzola Dolce, the balsamic caviar pearls, and we're finishing it off with some basil oil. Push the tomahawks tonight.
Great. Thomas is Dario's protege, and it's fair to say he's obsessed with steak, even displaying it in the foyer like expensive jewelry.
This is the Butcher Shop jewel case. This really displays a lot of the heart and soul behind our meat program that we have here. Our baseline fillet is an 8-ounce beautiful Australian Wagyu. Cowboy cut, dry aged in Chicago, and a special cooler that we have that's allocated just to carne, to our specifications as far as how long we want to dry age it for, what percentage of humidity, and what temperature it's going to be controlled at.
In the kitchen, chefs have been working since 7 a.m., preparing for the night's service.
This is a 50-ounce Wagyu tomahawk, currently the biggest steak we have. It's 3 pounds of meat. This is $265 on the menu right now.
Long before a single diner even sets foot in the restaurant, steaks go through an elaborate pre-cooking routine, overseen by Facundo, the restaurant's Argentinian grill master, working at a specially imported Argentinian grill.
We do a two-folded process with our meats. We're smoking these right now. Wood smoked chips will give that rich flavor that we want, like a wood fire. We have this beautiful smoke and this herbaceous crust that's on the outside of them. Now we take these off and let them rest. We're gonna wait until our guests are saying, okay, we want our steak rare, medium rare, whatever it may be. We'll finish off in a high temp broiler, that kind of New York City style char.
Around 7 p.m., the orders start flowing in.
A year ago today, we were on the other side of the property getting married. She decided to stick with me for a year, so I figured I'd kind of throw in a little bonus and bring her to dinner. So,
one thing that makes great food better is always the service, and I think the service here is bar none.
Let's get 3 bowls up in the window and we'll be ready to plate.
Thomas has to get hundreds of gourmet dishes out the door, which means orchestrating a scene of carefully controlled chaos.
It's a lot like herding cats. I mean, you got 100 cats running at you at once. You got to make sure that they're in an organized fashion.
It's only now, with hungry guests tucking into their starters, that the steaks finally complete their long journey.
Steak has came in. We've fabricated to our specifications. We've wood smoked it. We've cooked it to our desired temperature, and now we're looking to serve it and eat it.
And to go with the best steaks money can buy, Thomas offers some appropriately priced wine.
Definitely one of my favorite reds, Screaming Eagle. Very limited production, high-end mountain fruit. A really great bottle of wine, $5,000 for the bottle itself.
Next, the sun goes down, but the fun carries on.
Blackjack, right off the bat.
The night shift breaks out the elbow grease, and the mega resort feeds the 5,000.
This is the best place at Baha Mar. This is where we come to eat.
It's the end of the day at the mega resort, and a well-worn routine is in progress. Attendants gather up 25,000 pool towels to be washed for tomorrow. And as the sun sets, the casino is gearing up for the big evening rush. Tonight, there'll be a lot of cash at stake, and it's critical that everyone plays fair and square, even the staff. So there are rules for everything. As dealer Valentino opens his table, manager Denise watches carefully to make sure he's not cheating. And he has to watch her in return. Their first job is to bag up and destroy last night's cards, so no one can slip a spare ace up their sleeve.
Every time we open up tables, we put a brand new set of cards on them. The first process is to break the seal on the cards and take them out.
Tables use up to 8 decks at once to stop players guessing which card might come next. In total, the casino opens and discards around 750 decks daily. That's close to 15 million cards a year. Then, there's the money.
When this table would have closed last night, $1,105,000 in chips were in this float. So when we open it the next day, we need to make sure that there's still the same amount of chips.
At any one time, there's around £60 million worth of casino chips in circulation, all backed by real cash to pay the winners.
Good luck to everybody.
Blackjack, right off the bat. 11.
In blackjack, it's each player against the house. But the staff aren't necessarily rooting for the casino.
We don't tell them how to play, but if we see that they're doing something that they really shouldn't be doing, we try to guide them in the right direction.
There you go, blackjack. There you go. Well, very nice, very nice. Believe it or not, the dealers want the patrons to win because we collect tips. So the more they win, the more I get.
Tiffany's coming with me on holiday next time.
The house is in business to make money, but there has to be winners and losers.
We were playing roulette earlier today. Lost a lot to roulette. We're not good at anything, but we enjoy losing.
It's great watching people, listening to the interactions. It's a fun experience.
21 guys.
Aside from gambling, casino patrons have one other major pastime: drinking. The busiest bar in the mega resort isn't a bar at all, it's the casino. And all their booze comes from the pump room, managed by Liz Cheney.
This is our tequila wall. This is a favorite recently, the tequila that was founded by George Clooney and Randy Gerber. You have the group of guests that come in and they're more trendy and they want to find the new hip stuff, and so we don't ever want to say no.
Never saying no means Liz always has more than 1,000 top-grade bottles in stock.
I'm not really sure how long it would take to empty all of this out, but I would say 2 or 3 days because we place our orders constantly.
These are destined for the bars upstairs, where skilled bartenders pour drinks and make cocktails with a flourish. But the vast majority of booze is dispensed directly from the pump room, using this high-tech system that holds up to 240 bottles of alcohol at once.
These are all connected to the one system. It's about 100 yards of tubing to get from here to the bars.
At each bar, there are several guns that dispense up to 40 different drinks at the touch of a button.
There's another drink. When you hear that little psh, that means that they're popping the gun. Voila!
Sitting between the bottles and the guns are 80 vacuum pumps, which allow precisely one shot of alcohol through with each press of the button. There are also touch screens, which can mix alcohol in any combination to make cocktails.
If they want to come in and order a Bahama Mama, which is very popular on the island, they just hit the Bahama Mama button, and all of these work together. They talk to each other, and they go into the tubes, and they end up in the glass. I think it's great. At the end of the day, happy guests. That's what it's all about.
Beyond the casino, there are no less than 18 bars and night spots, 10 of which stay open into the small hours. And naturally, a mega resort has to have its own nightclub. But as happy guests party the night away, a division of crack troops move into position. The 200 cleaners of the Public Areas Department. A separate squad is assigned to each of the resort's 32 kitchens, which must be washed down from floor to ceiling.
The hardest job on the night shift, kitchen cleaning. It's a massive undertaking. We have to clean every kitchen every night because we're serving guests every night.
Across the property, every square centimetre of public space must be scrubbed nightly, from the lobbies to the loos. And if people are still partying, the troops must simply maneuver around them. Even the most complex jobs, like cleaning the £192,000 casino chandelier, have to be managed while gamblers are still at the tables. 4 times a year, these specialists come in to clean it by hand. Each one of the 5,000 crystals must be polished, one by one by one. It takes 10 nights to complete the job.
Some things is best done with the hands. Old-fashioned elbow grease.
Around 5 a.m., most of the resort is ready to go for the new day ahead. One of the last things to be cleaned is the beach, dredged at dawn by a special mechanical rake. And as the sun comes up, the day shift takes over.
Over here, cleanliness is next to godliness, sir. For the sake of the wildlife, we have to clean the sand from the straws, debris, so it won't get actually into our beautiful waters to, getting the turtle noses or, so the animals wouldn't feed on them. So we have to do a whole process on this beach.
The process finishes with arranging 2,000 deck chairs into perfect rows. By 9 a.m., another day of 5-star luxury is well underway. That means, above all else, eating. No matter what kind of meal a guest is looking for, the mega resort aims to provide it. And everything has to have that extra twist. Morning coffee is served with digital foam printing. Lunch can be taken right on the beach from a food truck. But perhaps the most extraordinary restaurant here is not for guests at all. It's the staff canteen.
Hello. Welcome to Cafe Blue. This is the best place at Baha Mar. This is where we come to eat. This is lunchtime.
7 days a week, from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., a team of 47 people, led by head chef Shane Durrell, feeds every employee on site.
I'm going to need an additional 4 pounds to go for that.
Okay, chef.
Okay?
That makes this the single busiest kitchen on the property.
This kitchen is very vital, because we have a lot of hungry associates.
With so many mouths to feed, it's easy to think the fare here is little better than old school dinners. Well, think again.
You'll have like salmon fillet, beef short ribs, you'll have the mai fillet, you'll have baby back ribs.
Today, they have everything Bahamian. They have peas and rice, plantain, fish, crabs. I like the macaroni. It's really, really nice. How are you?
Chantelia, one of our cooks. She did some guava duff for this evening's dinner. Guava is a fruit, and you take that fruit and you wrap it in a dough, you steam it, then you have a sauce that goes along with it. You can add rum to it, and it's awesome.
Every day, Shane and his team dish up around 4,000 meals for free, because every employee is given a $10 lunch allowance.
I get rice, I get ham, I get crab, I get all of this, and dessert for $8. And if I'm really hungry, I can come back and use my other $2 later.
That leaves Shane with a colossal grocery bill.
Right now, we spend anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 weekly on supplies to feed the staff.
Next, it's tee-off time at the mega resort. The staff try to beat the heat, and engineer Sean turns on the juice.
Yeah, clack, clack, clack.
In the Bahamas, temperatures regularly top 32 degrees. That's a big selling point for the mega resort, but it also creates a big problem. How to keep 7,000 guests and the 5,000 staff who serve them cool. The solution is hidden at the back of the convention centre. The biggest air conditioning plant in the country. These massive machines are so powerful, only 3 of them are usually needed. But even if they all broke down at once, no one would break a sweat, because there are 4 others waiting on standby.
One of these chiller plants costs about $480,000. And we have 7 of them. That's almost $4 million.
Although costly, the system works on an incredibly simple idea. It chills plain water, then shoots it around the resort through miles and miles of pipes. The water cools the buildings, then comes back to the chillers once again.
It's millions and millions of gallons of water that runs through the hotel, keep the hotel cool. Millions of gallons of water.
And Sean keeps the whole system running smoothly by using a free, eco-friendly natural coolant. Seawater, pumped up from one of the many deep wells under the resort.
Without the deep wells, the chillers cannot run. It pulls water from the ground into the chiller, cools the chiller, then it pumps it back out.
After the salty water cools off the chiller plant, it gathers in lakes at the resort's golf course, where it's used to keep the greens green. The grass is a salt-tolerant variety that can be watered with a mixture of seawater and fresh tropical rain. That in turn frees up the groundskeepers to concentrate on other essential maintenance, like moving all 18 holes to new positions every single day.
People love to play our golf course, right? And so we have a lot of repeat guests. And so if you play a couple of days in a row, you know, sometimes it's more fun to play a different pin location.
Even though the course is constantly changing, there are some hazards golfers must face every time. The course's designer, famous golfer Jack Nicklaus, dynamited this lakeshore to create a tricky approach.
We're on hole number 16, our signature hole, par 3, our island green effect here with Lake Cunningham. It's really difficult to judge the distance here. Let's see, is this one to be one that goes in the lake and it is. That's probably the 10 to 12 ball for the day in the water.
But their loss is one mega resort chef's gain.
It's just something fun to do on my days off. I love golfing, I like the outdoors, and when I golfed here the first couple of times, I saw all the golf balls going in the water, and I just thought it was a shame. This was only probably 10 minutes work. You can see there's a lot of different balls everybody's using, from the colored ones to the ones that look like little footballs. So any opportunity I can get to get some balls.
Another clever design feature of the golf course, it conceals a huge piece of vital infrastructure. The resort's own 15 megawatt power station. Incredibly, this is just a backup, in case the main supply ever fails.
If we was to lose power now and you in this room, you'll hear a big bang. Then all of a sudden, a couple minutes later, you hear clack, 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 which means the switches are turning over and we are generator power. So in the event that something happens, we always ready to go.
Whether on mains or generator, the mega resort draws around 9 megawatts of electricity. That's equivalent to more than 25,000 British homes. It's just another extraordinary system that keeps the mega resort humming 24/7.
Monthly, our electricity bill here is pretty high. It's a massive, massive number. It's huge. That's what I can say. It's huge. It's huge. Big number, you know?
From the golf course greens to the white sand beach. From the wildlife to the wild parties, and from the luxury suites to the high-stakes casino. This is an investment of billions, all meant to capture that elusive thing, us and our hard-earned holiday money.
We want people to have a good time. We understand that island life is one to be enjoyed. We understand that life is to be enjoyed. And we try our best to help people to do that as much as we can.
Over the next year, Baha Mar will host close to 1 million guests. This one mega resort could soon make up 12% of the Bahamas' entire economy. And as big as it is, soon there'll be more. Right next door, a huge new water park is under construction, ready to open in 2021. This resort is about to get even more mega.